Welcome back, fellow scrubs. This is Mark D. Words. We're working on ECTO-RUSH. It'll be our first day of programming. Big excite, much clap. Yes, we're moving forward. Last time we discussed with Tim and a few others that popped in chat from the original crew, discussed what we might want to change, how we think we can improve things, and we're gonna go forward. So, ECTO-RUSH. I wear many hats, as they say, as the saying goes. So what that means is I hold many positions when it comes to making games, and one of them is being the president and the creative director of Skyline Studio. Mic volume is a bit low, and the echo is... What? How is the echo back? Ah! Hold on. Settings. Audio. Oh, you're right, the mono mix reverted. Right to left. Hopefully that was doable on the fly, and that it didn't completely screw everything up. Here, let me get the mic closer. Alright. Let me know if this is better. Giving you a line so you can hear 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hopefully that's good. Wait for confirmation. Fixed? Ah, sweet. Alright, here we go. Alright, so I hold many positions. One of them is the president of Skyline Studio, the other one is the creative director of Skyline Studio. So on both Hamster Drop and ECTO-RUSH, I've been creative director, also been programmer and level designer, and so on and so forth. So that is why I'm taking such a big role again in the recreation of ECTO-RUSH. Obviously I can't do it all alone, and I haven't done it all alone. And you've seen LD's spectacular art, you know, you've heard Andres's great music. AJ did, I'm trying to think of, I think AJ was credited as lead programmer, but I really don't know how the duties actually got divided up there. So, most of the time AJ would work on the deep technical details and I'd work on the gameplay stuff. But on ECTO-RUSH, most of the engine was kind of already figured out. So I don't remember exactly how that stacked up. I think, if I'm not mistaken, I took a bigger programming role in ECTO-RUSH than I had in Hamster Drop, but I don't know how that actually stacked up. But that's alright. Hey, G-Man, what's up? Welcome, welcome, welcome. So you'll see me reprising basically all these roles and potentially more in this port here. Most of it's going to be pretty cut and dry. A lot of it's going to be, you know, just translating what we had before onto what we have now, and that will inevitably speed up development. Yeah, we are redesigning a few things and planning to add some stuff, but at the core, the gameplay is essentially unchanged, and that foundation can be used as a template going forward, which, if I'm not designing the entire game as we go through, this should be a relatively steady progress, if that makes sense. So just to kind of explain, like, where are we coming from and where are we going? This is a remake slash port of the old ECTO-RUSH game that we showed off in the previous episode. So it's got some ideas, but most of it's going to be pretty much about the same. And to just TLDR, it is an endless runner-ish baby's first shmup, if that makes sense. Now, don't take it lightly, but we basically took the foundation of, here we are, the foundation of what the shmup genre, at least the bullet hell section of the shmup genre is based on, and kind of like trying to distill it down to its natural core. Try build. I'm trying to remember which one. Oh, this is just the source code of the original. I'm trying to remember. It was probably this one here. Yeah, yeah. So just a brief little rundown again of what this is. Oh, we can turn sound effects on. Actually, was I playing the old build? Was I playing this build last time? I bet I was. I don't remember the premium being here. Well, whatever, it's fine. So, ECTO-RUSH is basically a mobile-esque, endless runner-esque shmup game, if that makes sense. You get random bonus cards every once in a while, and oh yeah, I guess I started on a pretty higher level. Whoop. And you gotta dodge stuff. We distilled the mechanics down to what is the primary action that you're doing in bullet hell games, and that is dodge. So we based everything around that. As you notice, if I get really close to an enemy, I can absorb some of their power. And doing that gives you more points. And I think in boss battles, assuming this build has it, the more that you quickly dodge something, the faster that you can attack the boss and stuff like that. Yeah, this definitely feels different. This feels, and some of the patterns look different. I bet we were playing an old build last time. This one actually feels a little smoother, which is good. That must have been an old build. I thought things were a little strange. Get those extra bonus points. There we go, baby. Give me them points. You know, as simple as it is pretty fun. I'm kind of like just sort of zoned out playing it here. Just, it's cool. I think with all the additions that we want to make, I think it'll really take off. You know, I was thinking about what Tim suggested. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I got caught there. Oh, I gotta be a little more careful now. I don't have my shield. I was thinking about what Tim was saying about the walls not being lethal anymore, and there were a couple things that I actually came up with that might cause an issue. But I'll show you how I'll probably fix those too. Tim may or may not pop in today. I did give him a little nudge on DMs. We'll see if he comes in. But he did warn me that he may or may not be here, so that's all right. Yeah, that's actually a good point. Why are you up early? It's very early, isn't it? What time is it there? Oh. Yeah, some of these patterns are definitely more fun than the last one we played. Oh, there we go. Got my shield back at least. Let's see if we get a new shield orb to appear. I wonder if it will be replaced by... No, it's not replaced by a gem. Okay. I thought that was something we ended up doing, but perhaps not. Woo. There we go. Oh, big points there. Big points there, baby. Let's go. Whoa, that was close. But as you can see, it's not overly complicated, but we do want to add more stuff. Tim wants to see us try adding the walls not being lethal. I don't think I've run into one yet, but if I did, it would, you know, take my shield away. He also wants us to try to add a new boss that looks more like the player. So it's kind of like you get far enough, you fight another player-looking entity, and I think that's a good idea. A couple other things here and there we want to try. But I think the big one that's going to change the game a lot is making walls not lethal. And that can facilitate two things. One, we could potentially increase the speed of the game. And two, the fact that you don't get, you know, one-shotted by every wall does decrease the difficulty a little bit. But it changes our focus so we can do more with enemies, especially now that we have more flexible editor with Unity. And in doing so, we can make things potentially a bit more fun and interesting, other than just don't run into the damn wall, right? Oh, it's 8:40 there in the morning? That's not too bad. That's not bad. Whoa. Just doing the fireworks. Yeah, it's almost 4th of July, right? Oh, shit. Oh, I fucked that up. There we go, I got it. Early orb. Uh-oh. Okay, give me a good one. That wasn't too great. I should have waited for a big one like that. I like that. Ooh, baby. That's what I'm talking about. There we are. Ooh, hand-free. I think with a less lethal terrain and oh yeah, I don't have to worry about the hands popping up. With less lethal terrain and more interesting enemies, I think the game could be rebalanced in difficulty. I think the game could be faster, quicker. I think the game could actually be relatively closer to this kind of speed right from the get-go, because walls are just not lethal. So while here I've got to be really careful. Oh, there we go, I got knocked out. I have to be really careful. I think without the walls and more, you know, fine-tuned enemy patterns, I think you could make the game a little more exciting by starting to speed off faster. Because if you see the original speed, it's pretty slow, right? Because you're just trying to get the player used to what's going on here. But it kind of all depends. And maybe the base speed of the game will just be rethought in its entirety. You know, because we're gonna have different types of enemy patterns and stuff. But we'll see. I think either way it'll be very interesting. So anyway, we'll keep that to the side in case we need to do something with it. But the main thing I'm going to try to do today is to get basic movement, and then also attempt to maybe try doing the walls don't crush you and kill you kind of on contact. And you know, I'll probably just pull a base break for this, make it a little easier to understand. So here's the problem that I discovered while thinking about this after the stream. Actually, it was earlier today, not too long ago. So you have, well, I'll make the screen like this. You have this, right? And here we've got ECTO. She's down here. Got her little wings or whatever here. You know, look, I'm not LD, all right? You're gonna have to work with these programmer drawings, right? So here's the issue that I ended up discovering. What Tim wanted was when, say there's like a wall here, right? When this wall comes down and it meets ECTO, what'll happen is ECTO gets pushed down with it. And then once you reach a certain point on the bottom of the screen, boom, you're toast. But it gives you kind of some leeway on what's going on. You've got a PSD you can mess with? Is this actually like, how layered is it though? I know I do have it up, but I guess you have ECTO here, right? Is this one? Oh no, that's not a layer. We'll turn that off. Where is, okay, there's that. Well, where's the little, where's the gravestones here? Okay, it's not that one. Oh, here's graves. Yeah. I'd have to like copy and paste them and shit though. Yeah, I don't know. I think this will be more fiddling than it's worth. So, actually, yeah, let me get these on a different layer too. Well, what I wanted to display here was when you've got this pattern is when shit falls apart. You've got this going on. What happens? What happens when ECTO gets stuck here? You can't get out. Hold control and right click to find the layer that the pixel's attached to. Oh, that's how you do it. I was doing control and click, because that's what it is in A-Sprite. ECTO should be up front, shouldn't it? Shouldn't she? There. And I'll put these in a group. I actually changed my keyboard shortcut to Control G. Very happy with that. So the whole stage is moving down, and once you get in here, you're stuck. You can't slip out because you can't move left or right. So what I'm thinking about potentially, and we'll have to think through this too, is if you are inside here, allow you to move to the right here and it will try to zip around it to get back to the, you know, where the position is supposed to be, right? I think that might be the only way to avoid that. Now, there are a couple issues potentially with this. So sure, we've got like that, you know, set up, right? But it might make other terrain less effective. And sure, you could say, well, don't get caught in the trap, but like, I think that might be a little too mean. That's ECTO. That's background? Okay. I'll say that's walls, ECTO, and BG for background. There is a potential other issue with this if we do that kind of correction, right? Say you have this scenario, and it shouldn't be potentially too bad, but once it gets down here, then like ECTO's gonna get pushed out, right? You go to the left, ECTO will pop up to where she's supposed to be. But if you go back to the right, then she'll go under again to get to the other side. If you attempt to go through, she'll dip under. And that, I'm a little worried about that behavior. Because potentially if you like get down to here, you could like get caught here and then maybe get pushed to death. I don't know. I mean, maybe on one block it's not too bad, but what if there's 2 blocks in a row? Then what happens? Then you could get pushed. Like if you got like a whole row of blocks and you hit this, you go right into the drink, you know? So I don't know, man. I don't know. The other thing I was thinking is potentially it could be elevation based. So if ECTO happens to already be at maximum elevation, then touching the wall is something will not push you under. But, you know, in this situation, if you're below elevation, then you'll slip down and out. Maybe. I don't know. I just feel like maybe getting trapped is a little too mean. Because there's nothing, once you get in there, there's nothing you can do but watch yourself die. It's kind of like a Bomberman when you lay a bomb and then you walk into the trap by accident. You know, you bomb yourself in. It's kind of like all you could do is just wait to die. I don't know, man. It feels maybe a little rough. We might have to iterate on it to see what might be the best thing to do there, but I'm assuming in a shmup, like what What was the one? What was the one that I don't necessarily like all that much, even though I acknowledge it as a good game? Ikaruga. That one doesn't. I don't think you take damage from touching the surroundings, you know, the walls and stuff. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. But I would assume that if you got pushed all the way down and off the screen, it would kill you. So I kind of wonder if they have any like traps like this. They probably do. That game's kind of mean, right? That game's allowed to be a little mean. I don't know. I kind of worry about that though. If you get trapped like that and all you can do is just wait to die. I mean, we as designers could say that, you know, we don't do something like this. You could just do that. You could just say, yeah, you're not going to be able to do that. If you attempt to move into a wall, you will be stopped. You know, but we'll just not do that. We'll just eliminate that kind of thing, and then you could only slip straight. It may not make for interesting. They don't have those kind of traps. Yeah, I was gonna say it's a pretty mean thing. Now this does obviously eliminate some interesting terrain options. Yeah, not many shooters do let you touch the walls. That's correct. But what if, so in this case, if we say that we just don't do those patterns, like if you want to do like a stair step, you can do that because you can glide off of this. You can step this way. Or if you want to do this, you can do this. You have to do patterns that you can slip off of both sides and do something like that. Ikaruga's design is S tier. Look, I know I can't play it because I got dumb brain, but I do know. I will give it the credit that the design is impeccable. I will give it that. I will give it that. So I think maybe the best course of action here is to just keep you from going down. Because I was thinking about, you know, maybe you can slip up and around them, but you know, on further examination, it didn't seem to be all that great. You could potentially hurt yourself. So I don't know, maybe just don't do design that'll trap the player. That might be good enough. Just make sure they can slip off of it, but they can't return to it. So in, you know, as you're going up, you could get stuck here, but then you can slip, but you can't go back down, right? You'll be stopped by that, and then slip and slip up. I think that'll work. And then you don't have to worry about touching a wall and getting sent back down. Most people can't play a Ikaruga. It's more of a puzzler wrapped up in a shooter skin anyway. The puzzle being how to keep the chain going. I see what you mean by that. Best not to design death pockets unless you can phase through certain blocks. That's a good point. We did talk about last time potentially having certain phase blocks. So yeah, you could potentially have something like that. That'd be interesting. So that sounds cool. So this is kind of like what I'd like to explore today, and to see if we can get something working where, you know, ECTO can slip around these walls and stuff. I think it would be good to kind of prototype that. There's one major difference, and I do have the old alpha open here. This was the old one that I did, but I don't much like how this one came out, and there's so much broken right now for God knows what reason. I don't know what the deal is. Like collisions aren't working, and the enemies are not even spawning, and ECTO's cloak is just missing. It's very weird. I don't know. I opened it up and everything was broken, so I was like, well, we have to change a whole bunch of shit anyway, don't we? So let's I guess let's start over, baby. But anyway, so the idea here is gonna be We can reference some code from here. We can reference some code from the original. Also, the frame rate is terrible. And I think I know what part of the reason for that is. That's part of what I want to address. So we'll grab, yeah, see, like, the cloak is here. As soon as you, like, get into the game, it's, like, gone. I don't know. It's killing me. Making me go bonkers here. So let's at least pull in some rudimentary graphics. We have... Oh, let's make a... Let's set this up properly. Oh, I didn't mean to open that, but it's fine. Folder. Game. I always like to put that stuff in a game folder because there's other stuff like the Wiz System library that I made, all that stuff. It's not really part of the game, so I always make a game folder. There could be other systems that don't do that. Well, let's get some basic settings going. We do not need 3D physics, okay? So we will turn off auto simulation. We don't need that. 2D physics. We do need this. However, I will leave it on automatic for now. I will leave it on that. I will disable everything at first. We will fill this back in later. You always want to wipe this first because if these are checked, it means that the system will check them for interactions. And you do not want unnecessary interactions taking place, so I just clear them in the beginning. We want to make to reuse collision colliders. That reduces garbage collection, and everything else seems okay for now. I don't know how much we'll actually use for the physics itself. It may be possible that we don't even use a simulation, but we'll see. We could use it for special effects and stuff though, so that's all right. I guess, you know what, we might as well use this to detect like when enemies and ecto and stuff collide. So yeah, we'll keep that. We'll keep that on. We'll keep it going on fixed update for now. So player, excuse me. Might as well maximize this. Hopefully everybody can see it all right. It is a little small. Let's start at the top. Resolution presentation. We'll get the icon later. Full resolution, full screen. We'll say windowed at start. We'll do 720. Just for now. Allow it to run in the background. Resizable window. I will leave that off for now. That could cause problems at start. Eventually we will want to have this be a thing, but... Let's see, visible in background? What does that even mean? Is that new? I don't know, I'd just leave it. For single instance, that makes sense. You don't want to play multiple versions of the game at once. Could cause problems. Splash screen, don't worry about that. Okay, now the technical nerdy details. We do want dynamic batching. Light map encoding. Well, we're not using light map. I don't think we have to do anything with that. That's true. Only load larger light map maps if needed, blah blah blah. I mean, I guess that makes sense. We won't be using this anyway. App source settings, configuration here. We want this to IL to CPP. And what that means in nerd terms is it recompiles the scripts that you make into interpretive language. That's IL. That's what C# normally does. But then it takes IL and it recompiles that into C++, which is faster and it's good. The only reason you wouldn't do this before is because build times would increase tremendously. However, now Unity has fast building, so you don't have to worry about it. Just turn it on and forget about it. We want the .NET framework that gives us more stuff to work with. There are some platforms have slight incompatibilities with it, but I don't care. C++ compiler configuration will not release. Incremental garbage correction. I'm glad that they put that on by default. This helps reduce the lag spikes caused by garbage collection. It tries to do garbage collection more frequently, which hopefully, as long as you optimize your game right, won't spike the game into a frame skip. But you know, it has less to process if it attempts to process more frequently, which is good. So that helps. And I don't know why. Oh, it's because I clicked this. It's because I changed these options. I bet I tried to recompile everything. Okay, assembly version validation editor only. What is that? When model resolves type, there's some of the stuff I might not know here because we're using 2022 now. Wait, this is 2021? What happened? This is not supposed to be 2021. Hold on. Hold on. That's not right. That's not right at all. Should be 2022. Okay, we close that. We will amend that. Where is... Here, Unity. Oh, library's on. That could be killing my my bandwidth. I better turn that off. Okay, this one here, right? Yeah, this needs to be 2022. So let's do that. I don't expect any issues. Number one, because we basically don't have anything yet, but yeah. That's gonna take a minute to go. So, this would be a good time to ask everybody, especially people on YouTube, like the stream. You press like on the stream, it helps me out, and make sure that YouTube knows that people actually give a shit about what I do, and that'd be really cool. I appreciate that. And we also have a Discord channel. There's a link in chat. Discord's really fun. You can come and yell at me throughout the day. That's great. So it's just Game Dev Scrubs on Discord. And if you really love me, then I have a Patreon. So patreon.com/GameDevScrubs. That is to help the show. We boost the Discord with it. Helps me pay for dev stuff. It helps me pay the software license to stream it on multiple platforms. You know, YouTube, Odyssey, Twitch, Facebook. Nobody shows up on Facebook, but you know, whatever. I can do it, so I do it, right? It's there. It's virtually impossible to not find the stream. So I appreciate if you check that out. It really helps, especially since I got to buy a new capture card. Or not card. Well, it's an external. I got it right here. It's broken. It's an external HDMI capture device. So I have to replace that, and that costs money. Right after I just replaced the soundboard, which costs a lot of money, and yeah, it's a real pain. So I appreciate that if you check that out. And here we go. We're back in business. Look at that. Perfect timing. Got through my whole thing. All right, let's check it back again. There's one really important thing I want to do before I start writing any scripts. And that's to change the namespace, which it's possible I may have already gone past it. So let's see, we're on other settings. Let's just run through this quickly, make sure there's no new settings that we need to contend with. Everything here looks okay. I don't care about the aspect ratios at the moment. We don't care about the splash screen right now. We got our batching, sprite batching threshold. Is that new? Was that there? Dynamic batching is always enabled for sprites, and this controls the max vertex threshold for batching. I don't know what that does. We'll have to look that up at some point. I think this is new, but we don't have to worry about it. We don't do lighting. Okay, LI, or IL, I always call it LI. It's IL to CPP, we already went over that. Oh, here. CPU code generation, or IL to CPP code generation. You want fast runtime. Don't do faster, smaller builds. There's no reason. You want maximum performance. Keep this at fast for runtime. Especially with incremental building, you're not gonna have to worry about it taking forever to build. So don't worry. And keep that on release. Incremental, garbage collection, assembly version validation. When mono resolves types from an assembly that is strong named, versions have to match with the one already loaded. Sure. We could eventually look these up, but I don't want to waste too much time here. I'll go through these in more scrutiny later on down the line. Allow download over HTTP. I'm assuming this would be without the S. Not allowed in development builds. Well, we don't need to download anything. Input manager, old, new, both. I don't think we're gonna bother using that anyway. It won't matter. I wish it was a none. That would be nice. Mac configuration. Well, I don't have a Mac, so we can't build for Mac. That's something to keep in mind. Script compilation, find symbols. We will add stuff here to turn on and off parts of the Wiz system. But for now, we're not going to worry about it. That'll be fun when we get the sound and stuff. Additional compiler arguments, don't have to worry about that. Suppress common warnings. Suppress C# warnings. CS0169 and CS0649. And I don't know what those are, so we just leave it alone. Allow unsafe code, unless absolutely necessary, we will keep that off. Use deterministic compilation. Yeah, I like that. Hello. What's up?
Nothing, it's just physically hot.
Oh, I know. Wait.
I had to turn the AC off for a minute because I gotta use the microwave.
Oh, I was gonna say, wait, you just said it was miserably hot, but I'm like, I think the AC's off.
Yeah,
That's alright. Pre-baked collider meshes, yeah, I don't have to worry about all that shit. We don't need it. You know, I've actually attempted to use preload assets before, and I've never had luck with it. I really don't know what it's good for. I assume it's just something you want to keep in memory all the time. I tried to actually use this to load prefabs and stuff, like, you know, right away, but it never seemed to like work right. It always like produced errors and shit. So I don't even screw with that. You can create code that runs at the first, you know, when the game boots up. So like you kind of sort of don't even need that. I don't know. Manage stripping level, minimal, low, medium, high. This is for when it strips out code into the build. Yeah, if the scripting backend is IL to CPP, managed stripping cannot be disabled, but it will try to strip some stuff. I tried to do minimal because I think it can interfere with a programming technique called reflection. I've heard that you could potentially, especially like something that you generate at runtime and you want to just calculate the name at runtime and then look for something. I think like if it removed part of that code because it thinks it was unused, then it could potentially interfere with that and you won't have access to it anymore. So reflection is basically just using the name of something to attempt to find a variable at runtime that you may not have access to normally. It's like a deep search on the program, but if part of that program looks like it's unused, the stripper could take it away and then it won't even be there and you can't access it and it causes all sorts of problems. And where is the damn field I'm looking for though? There is, I thought it was in player. There is a namespace, a default namespace that you can do. Well, let's see. Namespace, oh here it is, root namespace. I guess I just, oh, where is that? Oh, it's an editor. Jeez, okay. Let's just go through the whole editor one then. Device, oh, this is just for like Android remote checking and stuff. Don't worry about that. Asset serialization, force text because this is much easier for version control to handle. It used to be mixed by default, but I'm glad to see that they changed that. Serialized inline mappings in one line? I don't know. I guess it's on by default. Default behavior mode 2D. Yep, we are a 2D game. Removing artifacts on Reese. How do you use artifacts? By default, when you start the editor, Unity removes the unused artifact files in the library folder and removes their entities in the asset database. This is a form of garbage collection. That sounds good. I think we're going to leave that. The setting allows you to turn off the asset database garbage collection so that previous artifact provisions, which are no longer used, are still preserved after restarting the editor. This is useful when you need to debug unexpected import results. Okay, well, I guess we won't worry about that. Oh, parallel import. This is good. During an asset database refresh, some asset imports can be performed in parallel in subprocesses. That speeds things up. Click that. You want that. That's new in 2022, I think. So, good. That's good. Good stuff. We don't have to worry about cache server. I think that's for version control and shit. Or like when you're working with multiple team members. But we're solo, baby! You know, Tim or AJ might have a copy of it, but we don't really need to do any crazy synchronization. Prefab mode, allow autosave. Yes, I think that's reasonable. Editing environments, we'll just leave those alone. The blank environments are fine. Graphics, show light map resolution overlay. Sure, I don't care about lighting. We don't do lighting. Max sprite atlas cache size in gigabytes. In gigabytes, wait, 10 gigs? Where the hell does it think it's gonna store that? Look, yeah, you know what I'm about to show you. Where the hell am I storing anything? 10 gigs? I barely got 10 gigs on Steam. That's fine, whatever, man. Use the light probe, light stuff, don't care about it. Sprite packer, it's fine. Sprite asset, Sprite Atlas V1. I think V2 is the one we want, but let's look that up quick because that's important. Put it on the cloud, yeah, right? Unity Sprite Atlas V2. Wait, is V2 still experimental? No way. Really? It doesn't say experimental here. Hold on, let's take a look. Sprite, you know what, let's see. Preferences editor. I'm sorry, project settings. Project settings. Man, that reeks, what are you making?
Baked potato!
Oh, it's nasty smelling. It's awful. Okay. Alright, we are on 2022. Wait, 2023.1 is out? The hell, 2022.2 just came out. What happened? Is it beta? Hold on. Let me see. Hold on, hold on. Okay, I don't see any sensitive information here. So install editor. Official releases 2022. Yeah, it must be pre-release then. It's not even in pre-release? Why is it in here then? I don't know. Whatever, man. I'm sticking with my 2022. I think they don't show 2022.2 because I already have it installed. So I can't install it again. But yeah, I don't see the 2023. I don't know what that's about. Yeah, so that there? I don't know. Whatever. Oh, no. I don't want to go to alpha. I'm sorry. Am I in 20? What my version? What's my version? That's the old one. I think that's 20. Oh no, I am on 0.1. 2022.1. Okay. 2022.1. There we go. All right. Editor settings. We want to see Sprite Atlas, Sprite Packer mode. Oh, here we are. Well, it is experimental still. Let's see, Unity does not pack sprite atlases, this is the default. Atlas V1. Why is it experimental? What's crazy about it? Okay, let's do a little reading. I don't know. I don't know. I guess we'll just keep it on 1 then. V1. It used to say experimental here too. I don't know why it doesn't anymore. Whatever, always enabled. We want to use sprite atlases. They greatly increase the rendering speed. So, let's see. And compression and loading and all that good stuff. So, project generation, that's fine. Root namespace, ECTO-RUSH. You should do this before writing any scripts. Keep kind of everything put in. Organize everything to a namespace, makes it nice. Okay. Line endings, that's fine. Texture compressors, we'll leave that normal. Enable texture streaming in play mode and edit mode, that's fine. Load texture data on demand, we'll leave that off. Shader compilation, asynchronous shader, sure. Play mode options, this is also new in 2022. I don't think I want to mess with that though. I think I just want to leave that normal. I don't know exactly what all these are gonna do. And disable scene backup sounds really awful. In fact, just to be safe, I'll turn it off. And then game object naming, that's fine. This is just a preference there. Honestly, I don't know. I don't know which one I'd like better. I really don't like the parentheses. But I don't like the dot or the underscore. I wish it would just do space. Let's do underscore. How about that? Space name. Space before number and asset names. I guess? Okay. Alright, that should be good to get started here. Save, save. And then the other thing we want to do... preferences. Editor preferences. These are just user preferences. I'll make sure Visual Studio is the one being used. And I'm gonna leave all this the same. We are gonna hit regenerate project files. Have Photoshop be the image application, yeah. And I don't know what this is. I guess it picked up that I'm using Tortoise SVN, but I don't know. Yeah, we'll leave all that. That's fine. And the rest is just whatever. Just want to make sure those editor settings are correct. Okay, save, save. Okay, let's see. We're going to need... Oh, yeah, we wanted to import some stuff, didn't we? Stages. You know what? Area 1. And we're gonna drag this in. We're gonna drag this in too, but I don't know if I'll use it right away. This is my primary concern right here. I think I left them all at 100. Let me just check what I did in the old alpha, or pre-alpha. This isn't even an alpha. This is a pre-alpha. Here, can I just click on it? No, I don't care about the canvas. No, I don't care. There we go. Okay. Get here. Okay, we did leave it on 100. Okay. Asset post-process. Wait, this is new. What is this? Some PSD stuff? Huh. Sprite post-process PSD. Huh. Yeah, these must be PSD files here that are getting converted. I guess these ones aren't. The new ones that LD gave me, I think these are just pings. So, yeah. I guess ultimately it doesn't really matter, but I think if you have the PSD, it will automatically I think it'll automatically apply PSD settings to it, so we might want to think about keeping everything in PSD. Do not need a physics shape. The pivot can be bottom. That makes sense. It is a single sprite. I don't expect it to get cut up in anything. We can leave filters on this time. We don't have to have filters. Or we don't have to turn filters off this time because we want, when the render resizes, we want it to look nice. So clamp, we could potentially generate bitmap. I don't know if right now they're necessary. We'll leave them off for the moment. Normal quality is fine, I guess, for now. Typically the rule of thumb, oh, crunch compression, we want that. Compressor quality, 100%. I think that just makes it take longer. Yeah, 0 is fastest. Yeah, 100 is best, so that's what we want. The rule of thumb here is basically to say that you want to go as low as you can possibly get it without it looking different or bad or whatever. We can keep it normal for now. We're not gonna have that many textures, so I'm not too concerned about the RAM usage, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes. And there used to be, you know what, and that might be down here now. There used to be a check mark here for PSD, like when a PSD gets exported, apparently it messes the image up somehow or something when you import it in Unity, and Unity's got to go in and like fix that. There used to be a check mark here for it, but I think it's just, maybe it's already auto-detected that was the case, and it shows it here. So unprocessed asset, sure, whatever. If it looks funky, then we'll do something about it. So, let's see, this thing is... Okay. Well, we'll drag it in. And just say 0, 0. We're gonna make a sorting layer for it. Say... floor. We know we're gonna have a mist layer, and we know we're gonna have ECTO, core, ECTO cloak, enemy core. You know what? I'm not gonna get ahead of myself with that one. We'll leave that. So ECTO core and cloak, and the floor and the mist. Oh, we need solid. What do we want to call it? I don't want to call it like walls, I guess. I mean, I could. You can always rename it later. Just say walls. That should be enough to get us going. Floor image, we'll call it. Oh, we do, you know what else we need to do? And it's better to do this earlier than later. I want to import the render, the universal render pipeline. Would be very good to do that first. So I need to go to package manager, which is Here. We're gonna do some stuff here too anyway, to get rid of stuff that we don't want. We do want the 2D package. I do not have JetBeam's Rider, so we'll get rid of that. I don't know if AJ uses it. I don't think he does. But if he does, he can put it back in. Test framework, it's fine. TextMex Pro, fine. Timeline, that's fine. Unity UI, that's a new UI system. Version control, we don't need. We don't use Unities. Minty Green, hello, welcome. What's up? Visual scripting? I don't think we need that. After this thing gets done recompiling. Just enjoy the music here. Oh, it's chugging now, baby. It's chugging now. There we go. Okay, visual scripting, I don't need that. I can program my own damn scripts. Let's check it out. We will keep Visual Studio Code. I do sometimes use that for certain things, and Visual Studio Editor is good, although it looks like there's an update. So we'll update it and import the new version once this is decided to go through its process. Hydration check. Swig of water, everybody. Alright, it is done. We will update the Visual Studio Editor. That's the one I use. Here it goes. Okay, then I need to import from the Unity registry. I think all the 2D stuff I think comes out through the 2D package. I'm not going to worry about adaptive performance or addressables. If we end up doing ads, we might have to do this. Unity ads is a video ad network for iOS and Android that allows you to quickly and effectively monetize your games. We might end up doing that if we want to monetize with ads, which seems like the way to go. And then maybe give like an option to get rid of ads for like a couple bucks. I think that seems pretty fair. Analytics library. Burst. I wish Burst worked better than it did. I probably would use it more, but I don't think it'll be overkill for this kind of build. This kind of game. Cinnamon Machine, I'm not gonna worry about that. I don't really need that. Oh, is it Burst actually installed, right? Yeah, I guess you can't get rid of it. I don't know. Collections? A C# collections library providing data structures can be used for jobs. Oh, yeah, no, I don't need that. Well, let's see. In-app purchasing? Yeah, probably not. I can't think of any way to ethically do something like that. Let's see. I was just kind of scanning for anything. Mathematics. Oh, that's already in there. Scan for anything that might be useful. Post-processing. Post-processing Stack V2 comes with a collection of effects and image filters you can apply to your camera. That sounds good. That might come with the URP though, so I'm gonna remember that that's there, and then we'll come back to that. Profile Analyzer supports a standard utility profile. You can use it to analyze multiple frames and multiple data of the CPU data to profiler. Yeah, that sounds good. I think I normally install that. Music's soft. What's up? Crank it. Probably just that track. I may not like Portrait of Ruin very much, but I do like this opening track. Very nice. Test framework, sure. Okay, Universal RP, or Universal Render Pipeline. Universal Render Pipeline, URP, is a pre-built scriptable render pipeline made by Unity. URP provides artist-friendly workflows that let you quickly and easily create graphics across a range of platforms for mobile and high-end consoles and PC. In other words, it's their new fancy render thingamajig, and oh yeah, that was a little loud. There we go. I find that while it is, yeah, URP is great. I think so too. When I applied it into other projects, I noticed a very small performance hit, but across the board, the performance became way more stable. So when I applied it to the fighting fan game that I'm working on, Pocket Fighter EX, I was getting like what was it? Was it like 680 frames per second? But it would dip between like 600 and like 800 frames per second. It would just keep kind of wildly going between those two. And this was with VSync off, of course. It would be going between like 620 to like, 800. And that's a pretty big variance. Now, when I applied to URP, the average went down. So the average between 600 and 800 is like 700, right? So the average went down to like 650, but it became way more stable. So the variance was only like between, I think, it was only like between like 620 and like 660 or something like that, or 630 and 660. So it heavily stabilized performance. Plus, you get the added benefit, you get the 2D lighting. When you use the URP, you also get like post-processing effects and all that kind of stuff. So that's really cool. And I definitely think that it's worth using. It's got a lot of customizability that you can use. I think it's really cool. Some people don't like working in it. I can respect that, but I like the benefits that it gives. I really do. Excuse me. The stability is nice too. So let's see if post-processing actually got added here. Let's see. We have to change now. If we want a universal render pipeline, what do we have to do now? Rendering, right? Rendering? No. Render pipeline converter? Convert built into 2D URP. Yes, that's what we want. Convert built into 2D URP. Yes. Material and material reference upgrade. Sure. Initialize converters. Sample scene. Convert assets. Okay. I guess we're okay there. I think I need to make like a new renderer now. And I'm trying to remember how that was done. Ultimately, you have to go up here to graphics and you have to change the renderer here. So here's URP global settings. Yeah, see there's no, oh, maybe I just hit new on here. Yeah, just hit new. I can never remember how to do this in the start. Hit new. Okay, nothing happened. Oh, there it is. There's a renderer. Okay. Global settings. Now let's take a look. Light layers, we don't care about that. Strip debug variants. Strip unused processing variants. I guess. Strip unused variants. Okay. Shader stuff. Sure. Oh, jeez. Alright. How do I do this again? I might have to look up the how-to. Screw it, we'll do that. Unity, set up URP 2022. Requirements and setup. Universal render pipeline. Okay. Create a new pipeline asset by going to create rendering URP asset with 2D render. Okay. So, create a new folder here. I'm gonna just name it URP. And we're gonna drag this in here too. I'm gonna put this here, and then we're gonna go in here and create render wherever we are here. Well, we got a lot of stuff. All right, let's see. What are we working with here? Said render, right? Yeah, create rendering. Do I just not see it? It looks like it would be a fold out, so maybe it's down on the bottom. Oh yeah, it's all the way at the bottom. Okay, with 2D renderer. URP asset with 2D renderer. Sure. Yeah, we'll call it that for now. That's fine. Okay. Okay, and this is our render. Must be our 2D renderer here. Yep, render 2D. This will also give us potentially like lighting if we want to do it. Now, I don't know if that will fit the graphics that we have made for this game, and I don't know if it will even fit the art style, but it is something that's technically available to us if we want to jimmy with it, so. I guess I'll kind of leave all that. Transparency sorting mode's fine. Default material type. I think I'm going to make it a custom. And we're going to make a new material. So, game. Materials. Create. Material. Yeah, we'll do unlit for now. We'll do sprite default. We'll just call it sprite default because we may change the fact that it is lit or unlit. Post processing and shader graph. You know, I've actually not used shader graph before. I used to write some basic shaders way back in the day when I used Direct3D. And I think we wrote some basic shaders for the engine, the original engine for Hamster Drop and ECTO-RUSH, but it was just very basic stuff. We didn't do anything fancy. So I have not written shaders in like over 10 years. I don't know what the current language that Unity uses is. I don't know what the syntax is. I'd have to relearn it all over again. I know shader graph you can kind of build them right without having shader code, but I feel like that's always going to end up in something unoptimal. But it could be useful to experiment with and then kind of go from there, but I'd be a little worried about using it for like, you know, actual production stuff. But we'll see. We'll see. Render mode, opaque. Let's see, standard. I guess we'll go with unlit. Texture? Isn't there a sprite here somewhere? Sprite. Lit default, unlit default. Default sprites. I guess we'll do that one. We'll do unlit default. Enable GPU instancing. And I think that should be good. And I'm going to then duplicate that to non-instanced. And the reason for this is because I've noticed some glitches with instancing on certain types of render types. So I always keep one that's not instanced. And now we can go back to our renderer here. And change the custom from sprites lit default to the sprites default. And this was the main thing I was worried about doing now rather than later, because if I do it now, I don't have to go back and change all these after the fact. And then I also don't have to remember to do it every time I make a new object. It'll just use the nice default we've got and we're good. Okay, light, not gonna worry too much about lighting. Light blending styles, multiply, additive. Hey, we got additive! I don't know if that'll work the same way that we want it to, but we were thinking about having like additive blending for some stuff. Multiply with mass. Okay, yeah, I'll check that out later. Camera sorting layer texture. Camera sorting layer? Sorting layer texture. The hell does that mean? Alright. Unity URP render 2D data. What do we get? Oh, this looks different. Is this old? I don't know. Are we on 14? That looks more like what we were looking at, so should give us a good idea. Okay, camera sorting layer render sorting layer texture. The 2D renderer data specifies how Unity supplies the shader variable camera sorting layer texture for use in custom shaders. It is recommended that you use this data in the same frame and on the following layers as using camera sorting layer texture before it has been captured may result in unexpected results. Okay, that's shader stuff. I'm just gonna leave it alone. I'm not gonna screw with that. Hey, post-processing enabled, thank you. Post-processing data. Okay, looks like we have stuff here. I guess it doesn't do anything, so. Okay, that's alright. Okay, we went through all that basic stuff. Render pipeline global settings. I'm gonna leave all this alone, except that I did select that. Okay, we've got this depth texture. If enabled, the pipeline will generate camera's depth texture that can be bound in shaders. Maybe eventually we'll need that. Not too worried about it. If enabled, the pipeline will copy the screen to texture and opaque objects. After opaque objects are drawn, for transparent objects, this can be bound in shaders. Okay, not gonna worry about that. Terrain holes? When disabled, the universal render pipeline removes all terrain hole shader variants when you build for the Unity player. This decreases build time. I guess I won't use that. Quality HDR. Well, we don't have anything that's HDR enabled, so we're gonna turn that off. I'm also gonna turn off anti-aliasing by default. Render scale, we leave that. That's, I don't know of any good reason to use this over just like moving your camera. Let's see, lighting per pixel. We're disabled. We'll disable it for now. Additional lights disabled. Reflection probes. I don't want to worry about that. Shadows. Well, I guess there's no way to disable it here, but for now we're just gonna leave it. Post-processing. Low dynamic range, high dynamic range. Grading mode. What does that do? Defines how color grading will be applied. Operators will react differently depending on the mode. Sure. What is this now? Universal render pipeline asset. Unity universal render pipeline asset. Okie dokie. We'll scroll all the way to the top. What do we get? Where are we? Wait, what's going on? This is different. How to show additional properties. Yes, you click the vertical ellipse and show additional properties. Oh, not there. Rendering. Oh! Oh! Well, how about that? If enabled, the render pipeline uses the batcher. We want that. Dynamic batching, yes. If enabled, the render pipeline will batch draw calls with feeder triangles together by copying the Yeah, I'm pretty sure we want that. Debug level, find store actions? Store actions. Set the store actions policy on tile-based GPU. What the hell does that mean? Effects render target's memory usage will impact performance. Yeah, I don't know what the hell that's about, so we're gonna leave that alone. Okay. There's show additional properties here too, right? Okay. Shadows, show additional properties. Okay, nothing interesting. And show additional properties, volume update mode, every frame or via scripting. I did not know you could do that. That's actually really cool. So if you didn't want to, if you had a lot of zones, a lot of volumes for post-processing effects, maybe you don't want to like spam it, and you could just do it like every other frame or something. That's interesting. Okay. Okie dokie. I think we're okay here. So, next thing we need to do, we go here and we add this renderer, and you're like, oh, it may take a while. Yep. But we don't got anything in here, so it's okay. Light map modes? Sure. Fog modes. Okay, that looks okay. And that looks okay. So cool. Where is quality settings? This is important. We are going to trash all of them except Ultra. Normal. The render pipeline asset does not change, so I don't want to. I think this only is if you want to specify something different, so I'm going to leave that alone. I think. The scripto render pipeline is in use. Some settings will not be used and are hidden. If I change this to this, do any new things open up? Yeah, that's fine. No, it doesn't change anything. Okay. I think that's if you want to specify a different render pipeline per quality setting. We don't want to do that, so we're just using one for the whole thing. If we want to add, like, say, like disabling shadows or changing shadow properties and stuff, you know, with the more nuanced settings, I think you can use that to change all that stuff. Or like, say, you know, this version doesn't have post-processing or some shit like that, whatever. You can do that. And my tablet went dark. Stop going dark, thank you. I'd like to see all my chats. VSync. Yeah, we'll keep VSync on by default. Texture quality, full resolution. Anisotropic textures. I forget what those are. I think we want to do that per texture. Let's see, this is quality. Unity quality settings. 2022.1. Okay, I forget what those are now. Textures. Choose if and how Unity uses anisotropic textures. These options are disabled per texture. And forced on that is always able. Okay, I guess we're gonna have to Google this then. What are put Unity in there. Okay. Oh, well. Anisotropic filtering manually affects how textures is sampled when viewing a surface at an oblique angle, especially when closer apart. Okay, we don't need that. We don't need that because we're not doing any skewing. So we'll take that out. Particle raycast. Particle. I don't think we're going to be using you know, particles, but I'll leave it there in case we do. Billboards facing camera position. Yeah, that's fine. Distant shadow mask. Sure, whatever. Async asset upload. Upload. Yeah, I'm not gonna mess with that. Level of detail, we're not even using that. Skin weights, not using that. Okay, I think we're alright on here. Nothing too crazy. So, let's just divide this by like 2. I don't know if number of rays to cast for approximate world collisions. I don't know. Divide by 2 again. Don't know if that always happens. I think this just tells you how many, you know, up to how many you're going to use. But if you don't have particles, I don't think that does anything. We'll keep it low for now. We can always bump it up later. Okay, jeez. Oh, I think we're doing all right. Time. We want our fixed time step to be 60 frames per second. So you do 1 divided by 60. Boom. Got that. Though I may not use this at all, and you'll see why. Okay. Timeline? Oh, that's fine. 60 FPS is fine. We could potentially make this frame rate independent too. Depending on how we want to do it. Or we could potentially run the physics at 120 FPS. And then just let it render with whatever it's got. That could be doable too. Alright, we don't need that tab anymore. Okay, I think we're okay. Close that. Save. Always save. 240 FPS or bust. Yeah, right? Here's a good question. I am always behind the times. My equipment is old and failing. It is difficult for me to upgrade and replace, especially these days. Do we have phones with displays that go beyond 60 FPS now? Or are they around the horizon? I mean, it's no secret that this game is basically made for mobile, right? So it's something I do have to consider if that's actually where the tech is going. VR phones? Oh, that's true. That's true. You can use them as VR devices. All right. We'll try to keep that in mind then. Try to keep that in mind. I think that's reasonable. Okay, let's make a new folder called Time. And this is my own time system. Wiz system. Time controller. And we'll say Unity update. Or we'll say Unity Delta time. We're not using save states in this project, so we'll do Unity Delta time here. We'll have its own time scale and we don't have to worry about it. Time controller. So I created this time controller system essentially to be able to stack time and to have different like nested time, you know, scales and so forth. So Unity fixed time. Oop. Fix Z. It's usually Unity fixed time, and we'll leave that one. Oh, let's see. We're gonna have to have game time. How do we want to do this now? Do we want to make this a fixed? I mean, this doesn't have to be deterministic, so I'm not too worried about that. It's not like there's going to be any online mode. There's not going to be no versus mode or anything like that, so I'm not worried about that. I'll be honest, we could probably just use Unity's delta time in that case, and that'll be frame rate independent, right? So I think we'll go with it that way for now and see where that takes us. I think that might be the best way to do it. Yeah, because we can force physics to get called. We can force physics to get called on update instead of fixed update. So let's do that. And then it'll just run as fast as it can. You know, you can unlock VSync and you go to the moon if you want. Let's see, chat. Exotic says, "Oh, I'm a 14-year-old and I'm trying to learn to code. I learned HTML, good. And some CSS, that's good, very good. But I wanted to learn to make games, so if you know, can you tell me where I can learn making games for free?" I'll be honest, 90% of it is going on YouTube. YouTube, or, you know, just like typing in, you know, tutorial for whatever you want to do. Well, I mean, the world's your oyster right now. You can go into several directions. I use Unity, so I could give you resources to start to learn Unity, but I don't know much about Unreal or Godot or Roblox or whatever. So take it with a grain of salt. You may want to look into each of those individually, but first starting out, it may be difficult. So you may want to, after listening to what I have to say, you may want to also talk to other developers who use other tools and then kind of make a decision on where you want to start. Because, I mean, at your age, you can start pretty much probably anywhere, and then if you don't like it or you want to change at some point, you've got time to do that. Like, you're not bound. You're not ball and chained down to using Unity or anything else. Although I do think, in my opinion, that Unity is a pretty good starter engine. So, what I would say is, if you are very serious about learning programming and figuring out how to make games, if you want to use Unity, the best thing I can tell you is, number one, don't just jump into Unity right away. Learn how to program in C# first. Because everything that Unity does is kind of based on what it can do in C#. And if you don't understand how C# works, it's going to be a lot of back and forth, and you're going to spend a lot of time getting confused and not knowing what's going on behind the scenes. If you're serious about making games, you have to know what's going on behind the scenes with one of these things. And it is a lot. It is a lot to learn. And it is going to take a while. But that's okay. And I think that's the best way to do it. So, let me pull up the good old Bob's C# course here. It's free. Don't worry, it's free. There we are. C# fundamentals for absolute beginners. I'm going to post that link in chat. So here it comes. Before you touch anything in Unity, do this whole course. It's free. It'll tell you how to install Visual Studio. It will teach you how to program in C#. If you get through that, then start using Unity. And there are a million of Unity tutorials out there. In fact, you can just go to the Unity YouTube page, and there's a billion tutorials just from Unity themselves on how to do stuff and get started. But here's my suggestion. Your first game, do not make the game you have in mind right now because it's too complicated. Whatever it is too complicated for what you want to do. Because when you're first starting out, you don't know what the hell's going on. You want to go through and you want to experiment. You want to do a very small project. When I say small project, I mean like... Jesus. Have you ever played Pac-Man? I know you're younger, but Pac-Man's eternal, right? Have you ever played Pac-Man? Something that simple. You have to start with something very, very simple, and you need to do the whole thing. Don't just do a tech demo. Do the whole game. You just I'm gonna make Pong. I'm gonna make Pong, but with fireballs or something. I don't know. Yeah, you played Pac-Man? All right. Do not make your first game more complicated than Pac-Man. Do something simple. Do like a Pong or Breakout or Pac-Man. Do like a clone. Who cares if it's original? You need to learn how to use the engine, and you need to learn how to develop games before you can proceed to making your own games. Do the whole thing. Do everything. Do the gameplay, do a title screen, do menus, do control changes, control configurations, do a credits, do multiple levels, put in a little ending. Do the whole thing, and that's the most important part. If you do every single part of the game from start to finish, you will learn so much more than just doing like a little gameplay tech demo. You could do 100 gameplay tech demos, and if you don't go through and make an entire game, you won't understand what it takes to make an entire game from start to finish. And then and only then, now, does and then at that point, when you've done a complete small game, you will then understand how much work each part of making the game is and how complicated each part is. Once you've done that, you can then plan on doing your own game. Then you'll start to understand what exactly is involved. And I know that sounds like a long, tedious process, but in my opinion, that's the best way to make a game. I will send you my Discord, please add me. I'll do you one better. Here's my Discord server. You pop in there and hang out there. I think you'll find it useful. I cannot spend a lot of time tutoring people specifically, but if I can answer a question here or there, I'll try. But most of the stuff that you're going to be learning from will be tutorials. So go that route if you want to do that. But I would still implore you to ask around people who like use Unreal, people who use Godot, people who use other engines. Maybe there's something I don't know about them that might be cool that you're interested in. But either way, I think that would be the best place to start. And then you'll be on the road, baby. Smooth sailing. Well, it's not going to be smooth, but you'll be sailing. That's important, right? Oh, I don't want to screw with the scale on this. Okay. Alright, that tangent aside, what are we doing here? We've got... Excuse me. We want to have ECTO, our character here. Yeah, no problem. And good luck. Good luck. Have a good one. Oh yeah, we gotta change this. Because we did not. This was created. This is what I was saying before. Because I created this object before I set up all the render stuff, now I've got to go through and actually... Now I gotta go through and actually do this. Now I might have to use the uninstance version of this one, because what I'm gonna do is... where is it? Color, draw mode, tiled. Let's see, what is our -5? And 0 here. Okay, it thinks the height is 10.62, or I'm sorry, 68. 10.68. Okay. And what we're gonna do essentially is we're going to like double or triple or whatever we have to in order to make this fill the whole screen. And then at that point, we will have the ability to scroll this. So say I do like ×4, right? And then as you scroll down, you'll see the pattern. Once you get back to here, you can pop it all the way back up. It's easier to see in the game mode here. You see how it scrolls? We're scrolling, 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 scrolling. And then we can pop it all the way back up when we want to. That's one way to do it. Might be the easiest way for us to do it. And in this version, I'm going to, the old version, the level moved toward ECTO. The whole level actually moved toward ECTO, and that is not efficient, to put it bluntly. I want to do the opposite. I want to move ECTO forward. And then, then you don't have to move the level. I think moving the level causes way more processing to occur. If you're just moving ECTO forward, that's one object that's moving forward and the level stays still. And so what will happen is we'll just continue to crawl up and up and up and up and up and up and up. There's so much world space here that this should not be a problem. We could even make a thing where like when the level's over, that it just moves everybody back down to the origin. You could do that too, potentially, if we're worried about running out of space. I don't think it would be reasonable to expect to run out of space, but I don't know. Potentially, if you could get an AI to play the game and it could just do an infinite, you know, eventually the game would become unstable when it reaches certain times, but I don't think that would be humanly possible, to be quite honest. So, I don't know. I'm not too worried about it right now. But we could always just take all the objects and reset them back to the origin every time that the level is over. Because all the objects are gone at that point, for the most part, except for ECTO. And maybe a couple bonus items or whatever. Anything like the HUD is going to travel with the screen. We're not going to worry about that. So, that's alright. That's okay. Let's see. When we did this, when we played this... See, these are different. I don't know if this is considered the default here. The default aspect ratio. We do 720. Yeah, then it puts the border on it. iPad Retina. I think the iPad and the iPad Retina have the same aspect ratio. Whoop, that's not what I want. So if we do an alt print screen, and we've got that. Oh no, it took the bottom. That's not what we want. Oh my god. Can we do iPad by like half or something here? What is this? Oh, I must have hard-coded them. I guess not then. Okay. I guess that's not gonna help. What's the log do? What do we got on the log? Debug, blah, 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 blah. What was that? Oh, loaded level chunk, blah, blah, blah. Okay, we don't care about that. iPad, iPhone, iPhone 5. iPad, I think, was our base, though. I think this was our base. I don't know if I can get it. No, I don't want it. Oh, you know what I can do? Right, can't you do right-click? Nope, not maximize shit. If you go down to the taskbar, get the little preview, right? You can right-click and then move, right? And then you can just tap. Yeah. Well, it won't quite. What if I bring it down here? No, is it? Oh, the mouse moves with it, huh? It won't let the mouse leave the screen. Alright. Okay. I may have gotten it. Yeah, there we go. Okay, I got it. I got it. That works. I'll take that as a win. We'll size it up and figure out what we're doing here. This should be the size of our screen, and we're gonna have to take a screenshot in game here. Wait, can I just hide my taskbar? Let's see, lock taskbars? Hey, can I just like get rid of it, right? No? I can make it bigger, but I can't get rid of it? Wait, where's the hide? Where's hide? Toolbars? Show taskbar button. Show people, show that. Cascade window, show, nice. Show the desktop. Taskbar settings, I guess. Yeah, taskbar settings? Okay. Automatically hide the taskbar in desktop mode. Hey, look at that! Okay, God, okay, yeah, that'll be much easier. Then I can just take a screenshot of it. You can't see the taskbar going away, but it is. Yeah. Okay, beginning. Oh, print screen, baby, let's go. New. Oh, I died in the background. Whoops. Total score 600. I guess I made it 6 meters or whatever. All right. You get 100 points a meter, I think. There we go. I think that's a pretty good take on what our initial goal is going to be here. We'll take the iPad aspect ratio and we'll attempt to utilize that as our basis. And we can change things. We can slow the game down if we need to. If it's too fast for this, we could scrunch these in. We can move these meters around. You know, it's okay. It's all right. But we do have to save them. Okay, this is the Pocket Fighter EX folder. That was where I was last working. Let's see. If I go here, then I have Skyline Studio, Games, ECTO-RUSH. Here we are. ECTO-RUSH, iPad, screenshot. Go back. Oh, too far. Here we are. iPad screenshot. Game. Oh yeah, we didn't finish setting up time, did we? We got distracted. Oh yeah, I was gonna say, we're gonna do Delta time. We'll do Delta time here, and then we will do 2 more time controllers. A time controller for player time, and that will inherit from game time. And then we will do time controller enemy time, and that will inherit from game, but it will not inherit from player. Now the reason for this is we did discuss potentially slowing down the enemy patterns very slightly once you phase out during the game. Oh, I can put my taskbar back to not disappearing, would be really nice. I know a lot of people like to have the taskbar disappear, but I am not one of them. Only in situations where I absolutely have to. So. So here's how it works. Game time, well, Unity time is at the top. And that's just an entry point for Unity time. And game time will inherit from Unity time. And then if I want to stop the game, I just say freeze time here. Now, because enemy time and player time inherit from game time, when game time stops, everything stops, period. When I want to slow the enemy down, it will not affect the player time, and it will not affect the global game time. So it's kind of like this hierarchy of time control. And I found that very useful so far. So that, again, that's a system that I made myself. It's also deterministic if I need it to be, which that just means it processes the same on all computers. It doesn't use inaccurate. Well, it uses more accurate decimal math than otherwise, which is good if you want to make like a rollback netcode kind of game. We don't need it for this. It's, you know, that would be overkill. And there's no like versus mode or anything, so we don't care about that. But that option is there if we ever needed it for a project. Because originally I created this for the fighting game that I put rollback netcode in, or well, am still putting rollback netcode in. But I think all that works. I don't think we need, at this time, I don't think we need an external time scale. I think we're okay. We may add more here if we want to start to desync like the game logic from effects and stuff, like effects processing, but right now I don't think that's necessary. Well, we do need, under game, we need hertz. This is another time control system that I created. It is based on refresh rates and such, so we go up to hertz and we do a hertz source. Let's say 60 hertz. That'll be our baseline graphical hertz, and we're just going to leave that there. We may need to add more here eventually, but for now we just leave it. So if we need to do flickering and stuff like that, we'll have to think very carefully about how we do that. If we need any kind of like flickering effects or patterns based on hertz, if we're going to let the game rock at any FPS, we have to be very, very careful about how we process that. My expectation would be, because 60 hertz is still the standard, is kind of the lowest common denominator, you would think that most effects would be processed at 60 hertz. In other words, if you have a flicker pattern, the fastest you will ever go is on one frame, off one frame, at a pattern of 60 hertz. So otherwise, it won't. If you created a pattern for 120 hertz and you actually use that nuance, that level of nuance, the pattern wouldn't look the same at 60 hertz. If you created a pattern for 60 hertz, it will at least look the same on all frame rates that are 60 or above. If that makes sense. Then at least the pattern will look the same for every player. And I think that would be probably the wisest way to go with that. As opposed to having, you know, oh, we're gonna do a 120 hertz pattern. Okay, but when you played at 60 hertz, it's like half speed, or it's weird, or whatever. You know, it's not gonna look the same. So that is a little limiting for the higher refresh rates. But at least all the effects, if you keep them at 60 hertz, if you're gonna flicker anything, or you're gonna process any effects at, you know, at 60 hertz, then at least they'll look the same on everything. You'll still get smoother frame rate. But say, like, the character flashing off invincibility, you want to do that, say, like, every 2 or 3 frames. You flicker on and off, maybe, or every 2 frames. I don't know about every 1 frame. We'll see. It depends. Depends on what kind of effect you want. you know, you can say, oh, well, we'll increase the transparency on the sprite from 100% to like 60%, and we'll go back between 160, 160, 160. That's the kind of effect I'm talking about here. You know, when I say flicker, I'm not really meaning turning the sprite on and off. You know, in a game like this, I would say I would change the translucency to be like, you know, okay, we'll do 1 frame at 100, or 2 frames at 100%, 2 frames at 60%, and kind of flicker between those. That might look pretty good, you know, something like that. That's the kind of stuff I'm talking about. And I think that would be all right. I think keep everything at 60 hertz. So all the effects will be the same, even when you're at high res. You know, that are based on that timer. And then everybody all looks the same. And so you don't get a little extra nuance. I think that's fine though. Because then you can just make the argument, well, what if you're doing 240 hertz? Why don't you just support effects at 240? Well, now 120 and 60 are going to be weird. And so on and so forth. So I think we have to do this from lowest common denominator. So, okay, that aside. Rogue folder. Let's go to the original files and let's pick up good old ECTO. ECTO-RUSH. PC. Old builds, old dev, master from Dropbox. I think the Dropbox is the one we want. We want the assets here. Graphics. HHD, that was our 4K. We built the game for 4K. Yeah, even back in the day. But everything was leading that way, so that's the way we went, baby. Alright, we'll take Ecto Flying. Guess we'll have to make a new folder. Layer. Be nice if I capitalized that correctly. I guess we'll make a preset too. So, single height 100, center is fine. Do not generate a physics shape. Keep bilinear. Crunch compression and 100. Apply that. I believe that's the same as the other one. We'll go up here. This is something I don't utilize as much as I should, but I want to create a new preset, and we'll go to assets and presets. We'll call it sprite import preset. Now every time I just need to hit this and boom, everything's all laid out for me, assuming all of this looks correct. And it looks fine. Only textures with width and height being multiples of 4 can be compressed to crunch texture. We will come back to that. Because what we're gonna do... Oh, I'm gonna change the name of this. No, you know what? I'll leave it the way it is. It's fine. I could rename every friggin' thing in there, but I don't... Every friggin' sheet, but I think I'll just leave it. This will be a good instance to introduce sprite atlases. So... It's under 2D? Sprite atlas. Sprite atlas can take multiple things here, so we're gonna put this in a folder. Say Ecto Graphics. Put that in there. We can take the Sprite atlas. We can add. We just grab it. We just put it in here. No. Wait. Or can I put it here? No. Okay. Ecto Graphics. Oh, it's right there. Okay. But if you can't find it, I think you can, once you make the entry, then you can just drag it in like that. And here, now we can do crunch compression on the whole damn thing. Normal quality, whatever. And what this does, this packs it in a way that fits the sprites better. And just to exemplify that, then maybe it doesn't really make total sense yet when you see it. But if I put all of them in here, right? I'm gonna use sprite import, apply. Wait, how come they didn't all have... If I do that... Okay, I guess they're okay. I saw this check mark wasn't quite right, but maybe it didn't update completely. So now it can take these graphics, and I can just... It puts them all in the one atlas here. If I do pack preview again, you'll see that they're all here. How do I... Floating window. Wait, where's all the stuff? Right, there's that. Oh, you know why? I think it's because I didn't chop them up. Failed to extract image data from texture packing. Really? Well, here, let me... I'm gonna change these to multiple. I'm gonna actually single these out here. Just quick and dirty. So we go to death. Okay. You see how this works, right? You can single them out. Actually, I'm gonna do automatic. Slice automatic. And should do 1, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah. Apply. Wait, hold on. I bet, if I'm correct here, I bet LD made these actually aligned to the thing here. Columns and rows, so we've got four columns, 2 rows. I bet he actually aligned them to the sheet like this, didn't he? Slice. Yeah. My only fear here is if I truncate it, yeah, it changes the anchor position, doesn't it? And that doesn't help us very much. If we can't make a nuanced perimeter around the sprite, then that doesn't help. I may have to go back and create a visible anchor point that we can use in these. Like put an anchor point where ECTO's head is, and then try to replicate that on all of them. Alright, just for the sake of demonstration, I'm going to show you what this is going to look like. I'm not going to worry about the anchor points right now. I'll go back and do that. But here's the very important part here. Let's see. It can take these and it can rearrange the sheet in a way that maximizes the space available. So it can take all of these. Let's see, this one's gonna be 5? Yeah. And put them on one sheet. And see how much wasted space there is here? Oh, I'm guessing there's nothing there, right? Yeah, let's just delete it. See how much wasted space there is on this texture sheet? And that's fine. We can crop that out. You'll see that it'll take care of that for us. Okay, 4 and 1. Okay, so take a look. Now we've sliced them all up, right? We got all this extra space. What do we do? Sprite Atlas takes care of this for us. There we are. We still get an error though? Hold on, let's do it again. Pack preview. Okay, I think it just finished, it's fine. This doesn't look right. There should be more stuff here. How come this isn't right? What happened? Type master, include and build, allow rotation, type packing, alpha dilation. What's that? Enable alpha dilation. Thanks! That totally cleared that up, Unity. Sprite Atlas. Not V2. Not at last, Atlas. There. Freaking autocorrect. Okay. It is not there. Maybe it's in here. Wait, it's not here. What? Alpha dilation under packing. It's not here. Oh, 22.1. It's not here. What's up? Yeah, the V2 doesn't have it either. I don't know. Wait, so what's the benefit of using V2? The current Sprite Atlas V system packs texture sprite and type blah 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 into an Atlas texture. It packs these textures when it enters play mode or when it builds the player or asset bundle. Okay. V1 cannot have dependencies and has no importer support for named objects, so Unity packs its Sprite Atlases through a custom mechanism. It stores the output data of the texture and render blah blah blah. However, V1 does not support cache server. Okay. And can only cache artifacts. Sure. Okay, Sprite Atlas V2 criteria. Uses an importer workflow that supports cache server. Don't care. No changes are made to the Sprite Atlas runtime object. Ensure that there is a migration path. Yeah, okay. And no major changes to UX workflow. So it doesn't do anything except work with cache servers or whatever. Okay, I don't care then. But that doesn't explain what that doesn't explain what alpha dilation is. Sprite Atlas alpha dilation. Okay, I'm not getting anything. Alpha dilation. Yeah. I'm not getting any hits. I really don't. Okay, I'm just not gonna use it. It's fine. We don't need to use it. Okay, bilinear is fine, normal quality is fine, crunch is fine. Here's the weird thing though. How come I'm not getting all my sprites here? There should be more sprites here. You can see them like it's like it placed them in spots that I think it should do it, but my graphics are not here. Multiple type. Yeah. I don't know. Here, what if we take crunch off of them? Maybe it's interfering. And then we'll go here. And we'll redo it. I guess that worked. I don't know. For whatever reason, it didn't like crunch. Okay, this is what it should look like. Now it's taken all of those and it's put them on one texture, and it fit them all in there. So this reduces the amount of wasted space. It also makes it quicker to render, because if everything's on one texture, it doesn't have to keep swapping textures out when it does different render calls. TLDR. A little more complicated than that, but it's essentially how that works. It now has the opportunity to send this one texture and say, oh, we need to draw like 2 of these things. We don't need to swap the texture, we just send it once. And it's also a power 2, which helps with compression. So everything's formatted the way it needs to be. And then you can change, you know, options here for filtering. We'll keep bilinear on. I always like to allow rotation, allow tight packing. Padding 4 is fine. Yeah, that's fine. And you can enforce like bitmaps and stuff on here. You don't need to do anything special. If you make this, then it just works. And you can just like put an ecto object in here, so. Say sprite. Head. Body. Or, you know what? Say cloak. And this one will go under here. So sprite renderer. Head fly. And we'll change its sorting layer to ecto core. And then the cloak. Sprite renderer. Now these might not, you know, align, like I said, but we'll do our best here. Wait, oh, no, that's correct. That's correct. We want to change this to Echo Cloak. And then the cloak will be down here, essentially. There you go. And then the whole sprite is under one sub-object that we can change and move wherever we want. Might as well make the core collision. Circle collider 2D. Just make it bigger. Make it a little smaller. It's hard to tell because it's green. It's green. I don't know. Oh, it looks like it can only get so small, huh? Oh, we can do it with radius, right? Yeah, make the radius a little smaller. There we go. You always want to give the player a little bit more leeway than it looks like they should have. Absorb collider. Collider 2D, and the radius on this will be much bigger. So it'll be like that. If you get that close to the enemy, maybe a little smaller, then you can absorb part of their power. But the great thing about having the sprite separate is that this can be changed without the collision changing. So if you need to animate some kind of effect where they move or like shake or something, you don't want to change the collision. So this works very well. And then everything is parented under the main object, and away it can go of its own volition. Okay, that's fine. And wall collision, the box collider 2D. And that looks pretty representative of what we want. We'll use that to figure out when we're moving left and right how we want to do that. So those will be all right. Let's see. We're gonna make a new layer that's player. Yeah. And then all of these are going to be under player. No, not UI. Player. Yes, change the children. Okay, let's do that. I'm not gonna get ahead. I do want to add scripts here for each one of these, but I'm just kind of getting the basic thing here. Wait, this is much bigger. This texture is like super small. What's up with that? Why is ECTO like huge? I guess we'll have to scale ECTO down. Are the other backgrounds like this? Hold on. Yeah, I could use this folder, it's fine. But you know what? No, it's easier to do in Bridge. So Adobe Bridge here. We go to original files. What do we say from Dropbox? And then assets, the data, graphics, Hyper HD is what we called it, HHD. Let me check these ones to see if they're the same. So same thing, we will take our sprite import, apply it. So if I take this and put this in, yeah, it's the same, really. Wait, so ECTO is like way higher res than the backgrounds. That is unexpected, actually. Must be a reason for it. Well, that's all right. Let's see, we also want the screenshot that we took. Oh, we did already. We already put it in. So I'm gonna give it the same settings. To call it guides and examples. And we'll bring that in. Oh god, it's so small, look at it. That's hilarious. We'll beef it up. So 0, 0. Link the scale. And it's about that-ish. So you know what? I'll make a little let's cheat a little bit, right? Create an empty. Yeah. Just call it box. Watch this. Render. Mesh filter. Make this a quad. Then mesh renderer. There we go. This is how you lazily arrange stuff in Unity in order to find it. Well, I guess we'll do it on the right side. It might be a little easier. So I'm just gonna lazily line this up, and I'm just gonna make it bigger. And we'll just align it to the screenshot. There we go. Let's go. Oh yes. So we're gonna align the screenshot to the floor, not the other way around. And we'll figure out where this has to go. So this looks about right. Wait, things are different. Oh, he updated stuff. Look at that. He updated the edges, the stuff. Look at that. It's beautiful. Alright. So gameplay wise, it should still line up. And it looks like it does. So oh, you know what? It was a straight 2x. Look at that. It was a straight 2x. How about that? You know, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, because the original that's right. It's the original iPad resolution was like half of the target, right? And then the iPad's Retina version was like the real target. But that won't fit on my screen because it's too big, right? So that makes sense. That makes sense. It's like half. I think like the Retina was like double the resolution or something. So let's just make sure that this actually works. So I'm gonna do -5, make sure it looks like it is aligned. It does look that way. And yeah, I think we're good. So we can get rid of our, well, not get rid of the screenshot. We'll put this up here, but we may disable it and re-enable it periodically. All right, so we can do Ecto now too. So player, save the Ecto prefab, right? And we want to move Ecto over top of this, and we want to get the whatever the size happens to be of this within as much reason as we can manage here. So I guess we'll do it on the sprite to kind of leave everything. Oh no, that's too much. Too much. Let's get it kind of like centered here, right? And then we'll try it. As much as we can. Here. Let's try to align it a little more carefully. Then the sprite here. Okay, that's too small. About there, 0.66. We'll say 0.65. That looks about right. There we go. Okay, so now Ecto is properly sized. And we will affect the actual... We want to apply all of those so it goes right to the prefab. So there we go. That works. We've got that. Let's see, as far as this goes, let's have this be the starting line. Man, it almost looks perfect. Let's remove that. Yeah, that might be. 10.25 might be the right offset. Oh, you know what we can do? Here, let's go here. And make this, instead of center, let's make this bottom. Yeah, and then we can go here, and we can say 0, and it should be at the origin. There. That can help us get a nice offset. Sad that it took comparison to notice. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Look, my mind's in the code sphere today, alright? My mind's in the code sphere. I'm not in the graphics sphere right now. Okay, put Ecto to the side here. Get the 4 image. Okay, let's then this. I think this is also set to bottom, right? It should be, if it's not. Yeah, it is. Okay. So 4 image should be 0. And then we can build it from here. So screenshot will make that. Oh, we can make this static too, right? Does that mean we can't move it? Oh, we can still move it though. I guess it doesn't. Let's see. Everything. So if I click static, then it's everything? Yeah. Eh, never mind. What, can't I lock it or something? I don't know. What's this? Lock? No, that just locks the inspector. I thought there was a way that you could lock the transform. Well, whatever. It's fine. I'll just leave it here. I'll just make it invisible. Well, actually, yeah, before I make it invisible, let me put Ecto up on the correct line here. So Ecto starts at 6.45, huh? Can we say 6.5? No, that's actually a little off. That's more off than I'd like. So 6.45 it is, and we'll take a 0, x of 0 right in the middle. We'll do that. Now this bar here, I think this will have to be in the game space itself, because otherwise I think you'll run into issues. So this bar is just a little input thing. You touch the bar and slide, you know, you slide the little thing here, and then an echo will go. So if we go here and take a look. See this bar here? You move the bar, it moves echo. Now in reality you can actually click anywhere on the screen, but it's just a visual guide to help players to be like, oh, what's that down there? And then you touch it and you're like, oh, that's what it does. Or it should very much look like a bar here. And I can't show you when it's going so fast, so we're gonna go back to the beginning. And look at the bottom. When I'm not clicking down, see how there's a ghostly image of where the where my mouse is hovering, but it doesn't actually take you there unless you hold it down. That only works for the PC version, because you can't detect a hover on a finger. At least I don't think you can. I'm not sure of any way to do that. Maybe new phones can do something like that, but you can't detect like the finger hovering. You can maybe detect the stylus hovering, but it's probably just safer to leave it off for mobile devices. So this is more of just a, well, where is it gonna be, you know, when you click down. I think it's a nice intuitive read for mouse users too, because you see it, you're looking, you're like, oh, wherever I move the mouse, that's where it goes. That must be where it's gonna move or whatever. There's at least some sort of connection between the two. So I think that works out pretty alright. So let's start with that. We need to get we'll make a HUD folder, right? Oop, what happened? Create folder HUD. Okay. Back here. Yeah, and inside HUD, say control bar. And in here, well, we went here, so original files from Dropbox, assets, data graphics, HD. Here, control rail, I guess is what we called it. So here we are. Makes sense to rail. Apply the sprite there. I'm gonna do a sprite atlas. So 2D sprite atlas, control rail sprite atlas, and it will take everything that is inside control rail. Or I call it control bar there. Okay, pack preview, and yeah, it looks like it's doing that weird thing again, where it's not respecting the crunch textures. So I guess I'm gonna have to take that off, and I'm going to redo my sprite preset here. So assets, presets. I'm gonna take the crunch off, Or actually, you know what? I'll say no crunch. There. Then I'll have it. Okay, now we should be able to do the preview, and there it is. There's the bar at the bottom. There we are. Could probably make that smaller at some point, but for now it's okay. Might add more HUD elements in here too as we go along. Create control rail. Rail sprite. Pin sprite. And pin preview sprite. So all these gonna add a sprite renderer. And we're gonna make a new HUD control rail pin preview. Okay. HUD rail HUD rail pin and HUD rail pin preview. There we go. This track is actually from ECTO-RUSH, by the way. This one is actually the music from the game. It's good. I really like it. Okay, this has the rail. This is the pin. And this one will also be pin, but we'll make it like, I don't know. Oop, not Y. The X. Oh, he didn't show up? Oh, I didn't do it right. Pin. But then we have to make it like semi-transparent, so like half transparency or something like that. I don't know. 37? It looks okay, I guess. Yeah, I guess that's alright. Put this back at 0. So we would say that the leftmost here is the most you can go to the left, and the rightmost spoke is the most you can go to the right. Oh yeah, and in here, let's make that a prefab. I am actually going to add a control script right here. So new script, or you know what, I'll add it down here. Okay, new script, our first script. Control rail controller. We're gonna have to figure out some little metrics here. So, using the Wiz system, that's my own one here, and then logging. This will be a mono behavior plus, that's my own system. Just speeds up the runtime access for certain references. Okay, if Unity editor and if draw gizmos when selected. No, do it normal. Do it normal. Private void draw. Oops. Draw. What do I want to say? Control range. Public color. Control range point color. Gizmos control range point. Yeah, we'll say color. Color dot, I guess white. I usually like to use green for these kind of things, but since there's so much green all around, maybe it wasn't the best thing. So, no, the color green for the graphics is the best thing, but not using green for debug color won't be the best thing in this game. So, we'll say white for now. And I'm going to want a serialized field public vector. No, it's gonna be float. Float. Control radius. Yeah. And then get and private set. Oh, I gotta do field, serialized field. And it's equal to, I don't know, 1 is default. Magenta will pop out too. That's true. Good point, good point. Good point, magenta. How about that? Good point, good point. It will contrast with the green. So our control radius is going to say how far can we move from left to right, essentially. And that'll be a read-only for these. So we don't want anything changing that at runtime. It's going to be constant. And so here, then we'll say gizmos.color equals this color. And then gizmos, or vector 3 left draw equals new vector 3. Oh, we're gonna do transform.position plus, well, I guess we'll cache that. Vector 3 core position equals that. So core position plus, I guess the left will be negative control radius. Yeah. And 0. And then right draw be positive. And then we want gizmos dot draw wire sphere, and the center, yeah, we'll do the right. And oh yeah, I guess we need a public float gizmos control range pointer size, and I'll say 1. Be fine. And there's our radius. I'm sorry, that would be the better one, right? Radius. And then just do one for the left. And then I can just take this and put it here. So the control rail now will have the control rail controller. Here we have, that's magenta? I consider that magenta? Isn't that just pink? Alright, whatever. It works. And here, now we can take the control radius and actually align it to these here. Two, 1 1 115 115. And that should be as far as ECTO can go from left to right. In fact, I do want to do one more thing here. Line length. I'm gonna make a line for these as well. So gizmos draw line And it's gonna be from... Yeah, I'm gonna do left draw and then like left draw 2. And that will be left draw, but... would be the line length. And this I can make like 20 or something. I'll do 10. 210, not 210, 10. And then we'll do a right draw 2. There. So right draw to right draw 2. And then left draw and left draw 2. And now we should see kind of the border of how far ECTO can actually go. ECTO should not exceed this position. That is not correct. What'd I do? Oh, okay. There. That should have been right draw. Wait a minute. I made a triangle. It's not quite right. There we go. Okay. You see how that goes, and then we can just make this as long as we want. So this should give us an idea, just like a little debug of how far can ECTO go from left to right. And then at what point can ECTO stop. So that does mean that ECTO here should not exceed... Oh, I'll do it manually. Should not exceed this position. Now we may decide that that's not good enough, that maybe it should go out a little more, a little in. That's fine. We can make that determined later, but the key point is that we've established our boundary for gameplay here. Mic audio is starting to crackle? Really? Uh-oh. Well, hold on. Let me change something here. Oh, the whole music is too. What's going on, man? Hold on. That's wacky. Just making sure the cords are plugged in correct. Yeah, it is still, isn't it? Wacky, man. I guess I got more problems than I thought. Let me see if something's overloaded. CPU says 65%. Wacky. That's the, yeah. That was the actual audio. Ah! Plug in. Go back. See if this helps. No, it doesn't. Really? So it's not just the mic, it's all the music and everything. Or at least that I can hear. I wonder what the problem is. Okay, music's out. Is the mic audio still bad? Right, put Discord back over there. Who's spamming general? Alright. Oh wait, music's gone. What happened? This is just... Oh, it's gone between two different... Yeah. Yeah, it's still scratchy, man. What's up? What the hell's up? Without the music, now that I've muted the music, is the microphone still crackly? Now that I muted the music, or is it just when the music is on that it's crackly? So now I'll turn the music back on. I can definitely hear the crackle in the music, but I don't hear my own mic. Guess I could switch that. Let me take a look. Hello, me. Can I hear me? I can hear me. Still cracks on music? Okay. Ba 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 ba. Oh yeah. I hear it. Dude, I don't know. Dude, I'm going nuts, alright? I'm going nuts. I don't know what's going on anymore. I want to cry now. I removed the thing that was broken, and it's still doing it. It just showed up later. I don't know what's wrong. I don't know what's wrong. Here, let's actually do a test. Let's do a test. I'm going to turn audio off, and I'm going to reset one of the devices that I think might be the problem. And we'll see what happens. How about that? So, BRB, you'll hear me in a second. Okay, you might be able to hear me again. I don't think I hear the crackling anymore. Let me check my voice. I am hearing myself on my own microphone. It's really weird when you hear your own voice and it makes you like not want to talk. It makes you like stop. Weird. But I think it sounds okay. Boop, 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 boop. Crackle free. Okay. That is unfortunate because that means it's the other sound device also acting up. Great. Do I need to replace a third piece of equipment now? You can't see the face I'm making, but you can imagine the face that I'm making right now. And it's not a happy one. I hope not. That's probably the most expensive piece of equipment in the whole thing. That's my multiple channel in and out controller here. Because for whatever reason, Windows got 99 problems, but a scrub ain't one. Yeah. Windows decided that there was no need for them to put multiple audio channel inputs into the Windows audio system. For some reason, some genius decided that's what they're gonna do. And I will give Mac the credit here. I will give Apple the credit here. They built the Apple OS to be able to take multiple inputs at once. I guess maybe it was the creator mindset, especially they had the reputation of being like the creator platform, the creator computer. You know, if you did art, you know, that was the thing. If you did music, that was the thing. You wanted to use that. Hey, wait a minute. This shows that you can go even farther on the rail. And we'll have to take a gameplay sample. But yeah, right? Wasn't that the whole deal? Mac was supposed to be the creator computer. Well, for whatever reason, they made the right call when it came to audio. You can have multiple microphone inputs. So like the line in, the microphone, all that. On Mac, you can have as many as you want coming in. There's a certain limit, but it's certainly not one. And Microsoft's like, no, you can only have one microphone active at a time. You can have them all plugged in, but you can only have one active at a time. And that really hampers your ability to process digital audio. So, not happy about that. Now this thing, maybe it's overheating? Doesn't feel that hot though. I don't know. I mean, it is getting old. God, I hope it's not gonna break. I'm gonna be so mad. I'm just gonna go nuts. I'm just gonna ape shit on stream one day. And you just hear things breaking in the background and screaming. And that will be me. That will be me. Actually, you know what? You won't hear it because everything's fucking breaking. All you'll hear is silence. And the stream will just be running for an extra half hour and then it'll just go offline. But you'll know in the background. You'll know that I'm screaming and just throwing things into walls and breaking things and going ape shit. But you won't get to hear it. Because the stupid audio equipment just never works. There you go. That's how that all works. God. Here, you know what? I hope you heard that. I threw a bottle. Frustrated. It was just a plastic water bottle. It ain't gonna hurt nobody or nothing. Here's another one. Bye! There's my frustration. Just take it out in the water bottles. Alright. Let's move this up to where it's supposed to be. It's actually a little hard to put that one there. 1.9, I'll take it. It's nice and even. Yeah, but look, you do see that this can go all the way over here, so we're gonna have to take another snapshot to see exactly how far it can go. Oh wait, we gotta take it with iPad profile. And this one I'm not gonna worry about taking the whole screen. You know, we can just get the just take it there. Okay. All right. Well, we don't need an entire screenshot. Should just need this one. So, iPad or ECTO-RUSH, Control, Braille, Max, Right, iPad screenshot. How about that? I want to leave that open. Take another window here. ECTO-RUSH. Oh yeah, we gotta go to guides and examples. Okay, drag that in, and we said X of 0, Y of whatever the hell this is, but our scale is 2. Not 3, 2. Right? Yeah. Okay. And let's line it up. Alright, and yeah, so we want to get it basically in the center here. So we do want to change our radius here. Control radius is going to go to whatever is going to make this happy. 577, 576, 5765. How about that? Pretty accurate. There we go. That's our new control radius. And then we'll get rid of that. Cool. And if we hide our main screenshot, then there we go. This is our new in-game layout. How about that? Let's see. If we said our iPad ratio was that, oh, I guess we'd have to zoom the camera out, wouldn't we? Well, yeah, let's go back to the screenshot, right? Let's turn the screenshot back on, because our camera is going to have to be as tall as this. So let me turn off for image. And then we'll go to main camera. Oh, it's down here, right? Okay. And we want it to be however big this is. I really don't know what it is. 10.25? 10.25, huh? Okay. Let's assume that that's correct. And we'll go back to the camera. The camera projection is orthographic size would be this, but then... Oh, I guess that's correct. Yeah, that gets us that. So x of 0, 0.25. Is that right? Yeah, okay. Alright. I guess that's it. That's the size of our camera. And then there it is. It's perfect. So this we can take back out. Or image we can put back in. And voila! Hey, look at that! I think we got a good layout going. Okay. So, let's save. Let's make sure all these overrides are applied. And same for ECTO. If there are any. I guess there are none. Okay. ECTO doesn't need a script yet, but our control rail controller is going to need a script. Well, there's a couple ways we could do this. We could take in the mouse position and do the update here. Private void update input. So if we take the mouse position, let's see what we're going to end up with. Input dot mouse position. We want screen. Wait, what is mouse position? Is it just? It's just the X and Y, the current position in pixel coordinates. Okay. I think it's in Screen. Screen dot position. No. Alright, here's where we're gonna have to reference the other one. Because I'm pretty sure that this... Oh yeah, I guess I used red on this one. And I did go into those corners. But the control rail, I guess it's this one. Movement range, scale. Okay, here, update range, transform position. No, that's not what we want. Enforce range boundary, update. Where it's on main phase. Blah. Here it is, pointer controller, pointer world position. And I got that from... Where did I calculate that? Oh, camera, screen to world position. That's it, okay. Camera, screen to world position. And then input mouse position. Okay, let's keep that our thing here. We're gonna need a camera, so serialized field, public camera, game camera, get private set equals null, set editor. So if no game camera, return, don't do anything. Oh, let's see. Like another one. Serialized field, public, vector 2, mouse world position, get private set, vector 2.0 to start. Okay, screen to world point, take the mouse position, put it in, boom. Okay. Then the second part of this would be float control position X. And this is going to be the final control position X from the mouse input. This is where ECTO should try to reach. And so this will equal mouse world position dot X. But remember what we have, we got those constraints, right? So, well, let's see. Here is where we got the position, right? I might just make these official variables, essentially. So, private void update. What do I want to call them? Update control boundaries. Control boundary left and right. Control boundary left will equal, well, we need a vector 3 core position transform position. We'll make this a vector 2. I don't think it'll have a problem converting, right? No, okay. And this is the same thing we did before. So control radius negative for the left and positive for the right. We'll have to do this on validate. Oops. override on validate. And reset. Okay. That should be alright. Okay, so this control position, if control position X is less than control boundary left dot X, then control position X is going to be equal to control boundary left dot X. Else if, and same thing here, except it's going to be to the right. In fact, just copy this whole bit here. Right and right, but we do have to make sure that it is greater than. So this keeps the control X in range. There we are. Yeah, that works. Then we can update the... Yeah, we can update the sprite. So, serialize field, private, transform, pin. What did we call it? Pin preview, right? Pin preview object. Or pin preview. Yeah, pin preview is fine. Set an editor. Actually, yeah, we'll set it manually. So then private void update pin preview. And so a vector 2, vector 3, new position equals pin preview dot position. This way we can get the Z component off of it if we need to. Oh yeah, and then if there's no pin preview, then we get out of here. We don't need to do it. So then new position dot X equals the control position X. And then new position dot Y equals the control boundary. It doesn't matter left or right, they're both the same Y. And then pin preview dot position equals new position. I gotta reset my arm pads here, they're kind of slipping off. There we go. Okay. I'll call it control pin and control pin and control pin preview. So here, this one will just be the pin, control pin. There, same thing. Well. No, we'll leave it like that. And I'll call this control pin Control pin preview. I'm gonna call this target control position X. And then make an actual normal control position X. This will be where it wants to go. But this will be where it's actually going to go. I want the target to be the one that is updated first. Only update the real position when the mouse is down. Hello, Makim, right? Makim? Is that it? Welcome. If input that mouse dot... Oh, was it mouse button? Get mouse button. Get mouse button. Yeah, it's get mouse button. So get mouse button down is the moment it's pressed, but only one frame. But we want it when it's always down. And it'll be button 0. Then, no, let's do this. Private bool mouse left button down. Base mouse button. I guess, did I pronounce your name right? And we'll just update this. This one. Well, I shortened it. I only used the first name. Okay. Mouse world position. Yeah. Okay, so then the actual control position here will get updated to the target position. Only when the mouse is down. And so the control position, the control pin will only respond to the control position X, not the target. How am I doing today? I'm doing pretty alright. Other than some equipment going a little crazy. Little wacky, little wonky. Okay. Yeah, okay, and then we can update both of these every frame. That should be alright. Oh, we don't want to update input. Do that and update input. Now we want to just use regular update. And then update input. Update. Control preview. And then update control pin. This might work. Might work. So we have to add a couple things here. We've got to add the camera. We got to add the pin preview. There. We'll save all those overrides. Theoretically, it should follow the mouse. Yeah. Look it. Get the preview. Oh, is the preview above the actual one? That's gotta change. That's gotta be below. But yeah, when I hold it down, it actually follows it. How about that? Okay, cool. So then ECTO now... ECTO can have a controller. Just call it player controller. And then the player, ECTO can react to this now. So, using Wiz System, I should make this a default template, but I am too lazy right now. So on update, well, we need a reference, right? Serialize field private control rail controller. Control rail. No, it's alright. You can do that. So, if we'll do it this way. Private void update position. If there's no control rail, then we'll return. Otherwise, vector 3 new position equals transform dot position new position dot x equals control rail dot control position x, and then transform dot position equals new position, and then we'll call this inside update. Now, depending on who updates first, this could actually be a one frame lag, but we will address that very soon. We can actually tell which one to go first. Oh, I guess I didn't actually add the player controller to it, right? So, apply that. And set that there. Now, ECTO should follow along, I guess. Yeah? Hey, look at that! Follows along. There is a one frame lag, though. I can actually see it, I think. So here's how you fix those kinds of issues. Go to project settings. We will go to script execution order, and we're going to explicitly add the ECTO-RUSH rail controller is happening here before the player controller. So it's right up here. Well, we got everything, like we got the time, we got the time managers, those are the time controllers. The fixed physics we don't use, that's fine. The view frame stuff, we don't use that. We might actually use view frame eventually, but not right now. Event systems, yeah. So there, if we put that up there, it will run before the player. The player is not specified here. Player controller is not specified, so it's going to run somewhere in default time. Now it should feel a little tighter. Oh yeah, I can tell. It's tighter. No more one frame lag here. Cool. And so you got the preview, and that the preview is on the wrong layer, or the layers are sorted in a way that are incorrect. It is on preview. So what? Preview has to go before? Yeah, okay. The higher in the chart it is, it gets drawn first. So the floor is the lowest point. The rail pin has to be higher than the preview. And then walls actually have to be below ecto then, and mist has to be above walls. And then core and cloak actually has to be below. So there. I fixed everything there. There we are. Look at that. Yeah, and the preview's below it now. Let's have fun with the preview. Let's make it flicker. So under control bar, we want to do not screen flash. We want hertz pattern. Preview pin flicker, capitalize that correctly. I am going to go with 2, 2, and our hertz source is going to be 60. So what we're going to do here, we're going to add a hertz oscillator. Yeah, render frame 1. Our hertz pattern is going to be the one that we used. Now we're gonna also have to create color reference. So pin high transparency and pin low transparency. So the low transparency will say, well, what is it right now? 37. Let's say that's the high. And the low will be like half that. So here on the oscillator controller, you know what, actually I think I need sprite renderer extension. Yeah. And that gives me more control over what I can do with the renderer. So I'm gonna say when the state is on, we're going to do the extension. We're gonna do really color? Oh yeah, set color alpha. Set color alpha on is high. Set color alpha off is low. And it should be flickering the color. The transparency only on the color here. Hey, look at that. It's perhaps a bit too intense, I think. But you know, the great thing is, here, I'll zoom it in for you. Oh, I don't see the video. Seriously. Oh, you know what? You're viewing it at 30 FPS. Actually should be okay, because I did it by 2 frames. But, I don't know. I think it's a little too much. It's a little too annoying. So let's see that the low can bring this closer to 30, 37. So here, that's a little better. See, it's only subtle now. But this is what I mean about using like flicker patterns to do like special effects. So now it shimmers just a little bit, like it's a phantom of some sort. And then you won't see it if it's underneath the pin. I think that looks pretty cool. See how you can do stuff like that? Very nice. I guess Tim was taking a break today. He didn't show up. Oh, did he reply? No. No, it was other chatter. That's cool though. I see what you posted, LD. That's cool. I won't show it right now, but that's cool. I want to take a closer look at that one later. I like it. I like it a lot. Anyway, I'm teasing everybody here, looking at something you can't see. But I think the little flicker looks cool on it. It looks nice. Don't mind me. I must be neurodivergent or something. But you know what, the cool thing here though, you see, the mouse never goes outside the realm here. That was the whole point of boxing them in. Very cool. You know, there's one thing I didn't actually account for here. Oh, that's the old project. Here's a new one. There is one thing I didn't account for. The fact that these positions could be scaled. So what I should do here... Actually, I can remove these. And do... transform the... transform point. This should actually respect the scale. Because it's in local space. In local space, your origin always 0, 0, so you don't need your offset point. But the control radius could actually be scaled in this case, if we ever scaled the HUD for whatever reason. But we would want to adjust that. So now, if we take the control rail and make it smaller... Oh, it didn't update, because... but put like a 6 and then take it back. It didn't work? Really? Really? I wonder why. Does the scale not matter? For the main object? It should, though. I would expect these to get shrunken in as it got smaller. Huh. Well, they at least move when I do this. Oh, wait. I know why. The gizmos are doing their own calculation. They are not relying on the data that I'm sending them. Let's do left and then right. Consistent. There we are. There we go. And we can just make these twos. And we don't need the core position anymore. I bet that'll do it. Now they're all linked together. So now if this attempts to get, yeah, if this attempts to get updated, then there it is. How about that? Not too shabby. Yeah, that works. Now if we, for whatever reason, we decide to shrink this or scale it or whatever, it should be all set. We will apply those overrides. Apply those overrides. Save it, baby. Save and ship. So, we need to make a new parent object for HUD and camera. This needs to be at 0. Contain a control rail and it will contain the camera. The camera up the top. This will be 0. The camera can be -10, that's fine. But then this was 10.25. There. And that gets us where it should be. The control rail will have to go down to the bottom, so let's reactivate this. No, we'll do 3, 3, 2, 3, 3, 3, 4, 3, 4, -8, 3, 4. Okay. Okay, and that will continue to go upwards. Hello, Deb. How are you? I am pretty good. How about you, ADJ? There. Take out our preview, and there we are. How about that? Got our little flicker on our preview. Looks cool. And away we go. Neat. So, where do we go from here? It's midnight. It's a couple minutes to midnight. So I think where I need to go from here is to bed. I think we did pretty good though. We set up the entire foundation, the framework of our visual setup here. We got everything scaled correctly. We've got everything, little basic control bits working. We've got the control rail, the flickering, all the kind of good stuff looks nice. And I think that's a good stopping point. Before I get into any more mischief. But yeah, so without holding the mouse down, you see the preview. When you click the mouse, blink, and then you're there. Now we'll have ECTO eventually smoothly following that position. It won't be exactly 100%. Hello.
Hello.
What's up?
Hi.
Oh, I know, that's okay. I was going to ask what's up though.
Okay.
I guess I'm pretty much done for now. Look, I made the thingy follow the thing.
That's good.
It follows the thingy.
Good job, hon.
Yeah.
Only took the last 3 hours of our anniversary.
Shut up! It's the anniversary of the day we started dating.
Yeah.
So, special day.
Yeah, 6 years.
And we'll replace it with the wedding anniversary event.
Next year.
Yeah. So.
What do you mean replace it? We're celebrating both.
Gonna celebrate both?
Celebrate both.
Look, I ain't made of money, alright?
Excuse you?
Excuse me?
Who bought you Captain D's today?
Shut up, you did.
And Taco Bell?
That was the mistake.
No.
That was the mistake.
It was indeed.
We went for the Mexican pizza. And we just wanted to try it. I don't think she's... You've never had one, right?
It's been very, very... I was a child.
Yeah. She never really had one, or she don't remember
I don't remember
it.
anything about it.
And I was like, it's... You have to try it, right? You have to try it. So, we got Captain D's, and then it was like, now you gotta try the Mexican pizza. And we get there, and they're like, we don't have Mexican pizza anymore. Like, wait, we haven't gotten a restock or whatever.
Yeah, they had this sign up that's like, you know, something about love, and they're like, we underestimated your love for the Mexican pizza. We're sold out, sorry.
Yeah, so we're sitting there, and we're like, let's ask them anyway, just to be sure the sign's not old. And they're like, no, we got none. And then we're just sitting here like, damn it. Like, well, now we feel like you've got to order something because we're sitting here. So we ordered just some shit, and it
Mark
was
got the
terrible.
toasted cheddar chalupa box, and I got
awful.
the Cantina chicken taco. None of it was good.
It was awful. I ate it just before stream.
I feel so angry. I wasted my $17.
Yeah, so we had the Captain D's earlier, but we ate the Taco Bell right before stream. I'm like, okay, cool. Give me a little energy, a little pep up. It was awful. What was it again? Cheddar something?
Toasted cheddar chalupa.
It was terrible. God awful. It was one of the worst things I've ever had from there. It really just tasted like crap.
Yeah, I'd have eaten yours over mine.
Yeah, yours was really bad. I don't know what the hell that was, but it was really bad.
Today fucking sucked. I got something at Captain D's, and it was like the catfish meal, and I liked catfish as a kid, but as an adult, I'm not really into it, I guess. I don't know.
What didn't you like about it?
I just didn't like it. It just didn't taste good to me. I ate the broccoli and my baked potato from it. Like, that's it.
Yeah, I've never had catfish that I like really like. They all kind of taste like creek smell.
It's a gamey fish for sure.
Yeah.
I don't know, my dad used to buy it at the store and like bread it and fry it, and I liked it when he did it. I don't know.
Hey, and that could be it. That could be it. It could just be the homemade touch. I don't know. I think I've had catfish from. Now this is a New York store, all right. This is not a southern store. I'm sure they treat it better here because it's a southern dish. But in New York, I got catfish on a whim. I'm like, oh, well, that sounds interesting. I don't know. I've never had that before. And I tried to make it myself, and it was terrible.
Oh.
It was awful. Like, I hated it. The Captain D's was much better than that was, but it still wasn't great. And then I had it at a diner once, just on a whim.
Is it that horrible diner your grandma goes to?
Which one?
That one where she's like all the old people meals they cater.
No, it's not that one.
It's
No, it wasn't that one. It might have been the truck stop.
Okay.
And sure, that's not the greatest place for quality, but you know, I had it there and I was like, I don't know, I don't think I like it. So maybe I just don't like it. So, yeah, it is what it is, I guess. And what's that?
Sneezy baby talking to the kitty.
Oh, which one?
Fuzz.
Oh, Fuzz. Fuzz, come here, Fuzz. Where are you? Oh, he's sleeping? Alright, then I won't bug him.
Sleeping on some towels I haven't put away yet.
I won't bug him then. He'll come in on his own time. Damn it! Fucking tablet keeps going dark. I'm always afraid I'm gonna miss like an Odyssey chat because the tablet keeps going dark on it. I specifically told this tablet not to like go to sleep. It's even plugged in and it's still. You know, actually, you know, there's debug options for that. Maybe I have to set that. Or maybe it just doesn't care. I don't know. Whatever. Anyway,
Every time you say that, it makes me think of Silent Hill 2 when James finds Mary in the hospital again. And he's like, oh, hey, I thought you were dead. Well, anyway. And she's like, anyway? What do you mean, anyway? I could have been killed!
That's a good reproduction, actually, of that line.
Well, thank you.
When the way you said it, I'm like, wow, that like triggered a memory out of it.
Yeah, well, you know, residual woman anger, because anniversary.
Yeah, that's how it always goes, huh?
Yeah. Okay.
Residual woman.
Yeah, well, you know how to fix it. Buy me something and tell me I'm pretty.
You're pretty, and I'll buy you something later.
Okay.
Oh, we gotta get we can't forget, we gotta get the Capcom Fighter Collection.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, well, go ahead. Give it a switch.
Yeah. I'll let me wrap up here, and then I'll grab it. AGJ says, sorry, I have a question about Pocket Fighter. How time do you have it done? I mean, when it will be done? Well, I don't get to work on it full time. I only get to work on it as I get time, so it's really difficult to say when it's going to be done. It's a very complicated project, much more so than this one, so it's very hard for me to put a timetable up on that. So I apologize that the answer is not very good, but that's kind of how it is. I'm trying with all my might to get rollback out by the end of the year, for sure. If I can get that rollback demo out by the end of the year, I'll be happy at this point. You know, I've had to scale back to keep my health in check, and that makes it more difficult. And it's just a very, very big amount of work. So, that's the best answer I can give. You know, I don't have a budget or like a payroll to work on it, so it gets time when I have time. I like this remix of Crystal Teardrops. There's actually an official Konami remix. It's Konami MIDI Power Pro 6. They, around that time, you know, when Symphony of the Night was out, I guess they just like bought some MIDI synthesizers and sound like fonts for their people, and they just started making like remixes or something. I don't know. I guess they probably had MIDI experience from working on the X68000 computer. That's where they built Castlevania Chronicles originally on. And that was an interesting game because depending on the synthesizer that you had installed in the computer, the music would change. And that was actually true for the old games on computer, like Doom. The music was MIDI sequenced. And if you had a different sound card, the MIDI sequences would be played back with different instruments. Actually really cool. You working hard? I'm trying, man. I'm trying. Sometimes I work a little too hard, and then I get in trouble, and then I get sick. But I'm doing a lot better with that. And part of it, honestly, it's because of the geese are here. I've got more to do outside now. Like, the chickens are pretty self-sufficient. I don't have to do too much with them, but the geese, they're still pretty young, so I have to go out all the time and tend to them, and, you know, and do stuff with them, so that gets me up and going and walking around, and I still lead them around. They won't go to the creek themselves yet, and I don't know why, so it's a little weird.
My mom bought him a kiddie pool today.
Oh yeah, that's right, you went to get the kiddie pool. We'll have to try that out tomorrow. They'll love swimming in it. It'd be funny because what's gonna happen, they're immediately going to poop in it. We know that, because they're geese, and they just poop all the time. But you're just gonna see all the chickens and the geese are just gonna run over to it and just start drinking out of it.
Yeah.
So we'll have to be careful with like leaving the water there, because it's gonna get contaminated really quick.
Oh yeah, just flip it over like 5 times a day. Just empty
Well,
it.
here's the thing, you gotta be careful with that, because to fill that thing's gonna take a lot of money.
Oh, I know, I was being silly, but I mean, yeah, it's gonna be a...
Yeah, I would say like maybe fill it and supervise them, and then when they're done with it, then just dump them.
Yeah.
Or maybe leave it for a bit, come back in an hour and dump it. Something like that.
Yeah.
You know, I think they'll appreciate it, especially since it's hot. You know, the water coming out is going to be cold, so I think they'll like that. And then by the time it heats up and they've shit in it 10 times, you know, nobody's going to want to go in there or drink it or whatever. So, well, they may still attempt to drink it, and that's not good.
Will.
But we'll just have to turn it over. Send me giving them an hour in it. See what they like. Do that once a day. Probably what I'll do is I'll do that in the morning, and I'll take them into the creek in the afternoon. And hopefully they'll. I'm sure when they get older, they'll start to figure out how to get to the creek on their own, and then that'll be fine, because that's how the geese wash themselves. They'll wash themselves in water. They'll actually like take a bath. But if they don't do that, then they'll just start to get, you know, nasty. So that's why I bring them to the creek every day, so they can at least wash off a little bit, you know. Sometimes they're not too keen on it. Sometimes they get in there and they take the whole bath. They go to the deepest part of the creek, you know, within, you know, vicinity of me. I'm not gonna stand out in the water with them, but, you know, they won't get too far away from me though. So I gotta get myself on the shore, or if the water is receded, you know, close enough to the deepest part of it so they'll actually go in there and then wash themselves and come out. But it's fun. I like the geese.
Alright, you wrap up. I'll be waiting for you in our special place, aka the bed.
Yeah. That sounds good. So, what do we got on deck here? Schedule. Today is Friday. This is our new stream day. You know, we're doing ECTO-RUSH, doing it all the way until Halloween, when we'll release the game. I have it all done. So then Sunday, I guess we're going back to Hollow Knight, and now I've gotten the first ending. Now I'm trying to get, you know, the good ending, I guess, from what I understand. And so I'm going around and I'm doing stuff there. So we're in the end game, at least, you know. I heard the end game's pretty big, but you know, we're there, we're getting there. And then Monday we do Pocket Fighter EX development. So ADJ, your question about Pocket Fighter EX, if you've got more questions about that, Monday is the day for that. I didn't mind answering that one here today, but typically I'll tell people to tune in Monday for if they need to field questions for that. And then Thursday we'll do Retro Mansion stuff. This time, hopefully, I can keep us on track because Tim couldn't keep us on track. If anything, he was continually asking questions about things we weren't working on that day, so that turned into not getting the thing done that I wanted to.
That damn Tim with his affordable and reliable public transit.
Yeah.
Living wage job.
Yeah. And then Friday we'll be back here with ECTO-RUSH. All the streams start at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, bearing whether or not my equipment decides to die that day. But yeah, so we'll be back then, and that's pretty. Oh, Tim's here! He's actually here! I object, he says.
No, Tim, you have to say it like, objection!
Yeah, that's hilarious. I didn't know he was here. It's fucking funny. You were already off track for hours. Yeah, but when I tried to get on track, you're like, hey, let's talk about this part of the system that we're not gonna get to for like 3 months. And I'm like, okay. And then we did that, and then, like, that was all the energy I had left. It's fine. But yeah, that's it. That's our schedule. We'll be back. Oh, yeah, Tim, wait, before we go, here's what we ended up getting done today. I didn't get the collision done, but we did a whole bunch of other stuff. We set up all the graphics options and stuff. You spent too long on waifu and pets. No, fuck you. Not enough time on waifu and pets. I am watching your video. I need to learn like you. I'll be honest, most of the stuff that I learn is from YouTube. Just go on there, check out Unity. It's experience, a mixture of experience and YouTube. Go on there, just look like Unity tutorials. You know, you'll find a ton of good stuff there. But here, Tim, look. It follows the mouse, and when I click down, it actually goes to the position. How about that? Look at that, and it won't go off the screen. Isn't that great? If you notice the little preview here, I added a slight transparency flicker to it, so it looks kind of cool. It's subtle, but it's nice. And then that's pretty much it. That's what we got done. We put in. Larry gave me new graphics for the background, so we put that in, and we resized the screen. We got all the render pipeline all set up. You know, we got some debug, just a little basic stuff. It's pretty good. I'll show you more later throughout the week, Tim, and we'll catch up on what's going on. I do not know how much of this I'll be working on off screen this week. I'm a bit busy this week, but what's different about it? Oh, the background? Yeah, he like filled in so there's like a thicker wall piece here, and then he like rebalanced the contrast and stuff on the on the stuff here, so I think, let's see, just to show it, the side-by-side, not that one, this one. Where is here? So this is the old one, right? And then the new one is this one. No, not that one. This one. Here. So here, I'm gonna flip between them, right? This is the new one, and this is the old one. So he went and he like shaped up, kind of like finalized and reshaped the boundary blocks here. And then he like rebalanced the contrast and the lighting on everything. So it looks cool. I like it. Looks really nice. So it's more like definitive wall here that you get to see. I didn't get to the point where we were scrolling it, so I don't know how it looks in motion, but I'm sure it looks great. So yeah, that's pretty much where we ended up. He slid those in on me just before I went live, so all that worked. Yeah, so that worked out good. And that's pretty much what we got. We got everything scaled up. We got everything in position. We took a screenshot here of the old one. And we use that to kind of scale the elements to the screen. And then we use the iPad aspect ratio. Between that, we got everything scaled correctly. And so that was still a bit of work. It's a bit of work to set that kind of stuff up, and we went through all like the settings, render pipeline stuff, set up all the settings there, put some time controllers in. We did a whole bunch of miscellaneous stuff. Got everything all nice, so that's pretty much it. Oh, you know what I should do here? I should save this scene under game. Put it in as a gameplay scene, and then here under scenes I'm just gonna get rid of sample. There, that'll work. Got our gameplay scene, you know, basic stuff. So yeah, it's pretty cool. I like it. We're doing good, doing all right. And then I guess next time we'll probably try to put in some prototype like level stuff, and then if we can get levels scrolling, well, the levels don't scroll down anymore. They won't scroll down. Ecto will scroll up, and the camera will follow Ecto up into infinity. Got a commit system set up? I do. I'll give you the info for that. He's talking about the version control. Just remember, we're on 2022.10 F1, so make sure that you have that Unity version, and then you'll be able to load it up. Yeah, and then I'm gonna have to ask Larry if he's, well, I know he's got, maybe I can do it myself. I know he's got like offset information, like where the offset is for these sprites. And I'm gonna have to type those in manually. I'll probably have to make like a PSD out of these things and make a layer to show where the offset is, and then manually assign it to each one of them or something. Because we want to use the sprite atlases. We don't want wasted space on these things. We want to optimize it. That way we can get high frame rate, you know, gameplay out of it. And I think that'd be really cool. So I'm gonna need to know where the animation offsets here. I just kind of like, I just winged it for these things. I didn't actually like make a solid one. I just put the graphics here so we could test it, but they're not actually like offset for animation. And then we can do time controller stuff and everything will be great. I think it'll be really nice. What prompted the scrolling change? So you mean that instead of scrolling because here, yeah, here's the old alpha, the pre-alpha. It's not even an alpha. Let me show you what happens. You'll see level chunks are being loaded in, and they move down. ECTO is not moving. ECTO is stationary, and the levels are coming toward ECTO. The problem with that is that the performance to push a level down is much higher than just to push ECTO forward. And so I think we're running into performance bottlenecks with it. You can even see, well, it may not be as apparent on the 30 FPS that I have to have the stream on because the equipment's broken, but there's a lot of stuttering going on. And I think that's part of the issue, that we're moving the entire like level chunk layer instead of just moving ECTO. I think ECTO should move forward, especially if we want ECTO to get caught on stuff and get pushed back. I think the math will also be much easier if ECTO's moving forward, and then if she bumps into something, then she's just not carried far as forward as she wants to go, and eventually when she's off screen, then she's dead. You know, it'll take her out. So I think that's what I want to do. Oh yeah, we also went over a problem with letting ECTO get caught on objects, and we decided we have to do the level terrain like this, because if we let it go, we can get issues where we have a trap like this. So pretend that's all filled in. If this is coming down and ECTO gets trapped in here, that's it. She's dead. She can't get out. Once she's down under here, she cannot come out and escape. So we have to avoid level design that does stuff like this. If the level's coming down and she gets stuck, she needs to be able to slip past it in order to escape. She cannot get stuck like this and then just killed. So, yeah. But if ECTO always push forward, won't ECTO move away from the origin eternally? Maybe reset per area and tomb. Yeah, we discussed that. Yeah. ECTO will be moving away from the origin for sure. And that's exactly what I was thinking. You could reset all the positions once the tomb is over, because there's no objects in play there at that point. You just capture all the stuff on screen and just go with it. Just drag it back down to the origin. Put a spike in the gap. Put a spike in the gap. So just instant kill. That's it. You're just like, nah, fuck it. She's dead. Spike her. She's gone. Yeah. But yeah, we'll discuss this more off stream because I gotta get going here. But that was basically a summary of what happened today. So yeah, it was pretty good though. We made good progress. We got a couple scripts in here. Got basically our entire screen set up for the gameplay. I think a lot of it's looking good. You know, from here we're gonna have to figure out how do we get, you know, the borders, you know, covered up and all this stuff. Yeah, thanks. I'm pretty sure we got this. I think we're good. We didn't run into many issues today. I think we're doing pretty good. Yeah, Game Boy resolution. How about that? Do Game Boy ECTO-RUSH. There you go. There you go. Game Boy resolution. Nice little Game Boy remake, demake. There you go. Just gotta make it all green now, right? Here's Banshin's resolution. See, Google Pixel. Wow, that is super skinny. Holy crap. Yeah, we're gonna have to figure out how to scale it properly for this stuff. I think that's gonna be one of the worst problems. Had the green scale filter. Yeah, right. Then there's 4x3. That's the other 4x3. But I'm keeping it on iPad. Where's iPad? Where is it now? I don't see it. What happened? Where? Oh, here it is. This was our original target resolution for the original game, so it made sense to start with this as the basis. And then we can adjust things from there. I think that'll be fine. That'll work out okay. Yeah, that's pretty much it. So, alright, that's it. I'm out of here. Let me say thanks to all the patrons, because they're definitely keeping me afloat here as all my equipment is blowing up and I'm having to replace it. So I'm just gonna have to go and order that new video capture device. But it's only possible because of patrons, and here's a link to the Patreon. So the Patreon supports the streaming and my personal efforts at game development and all that stuff. We do stuff with the... I use some of the money to like boost the Discord server and all that stuff, and so here's Discord server. Discord. So check those out. It would be very cool. It helps me out a lot. So here are shoutouts for all these special patrons that are keeping me afloat here. We've got Alex Smith and Mugen, Bryce Nagalingam, Cameron Weil, Garen Johnson, Mike Cruz, Ningayan Von Duke, Variant X, Alex D, Ben K, D Money 107, LD Walker, Omega Keo, Slugs Gears of War, Smurfia, and AJ. So those are our patrons as of June. Those are our June patrons. So the list will refresh next week once we hit July, and then we'll bring in all the new scrubs into the fold. How about that? So there you go. That's it. I'm out of here. Everybody have a good one. We'll see you on Sunday as I begin to finish up Hollow Knight. Won't be finished yet, but I guess I'm in the end game portion, so we'll see how that goes. And that's pretty much it. So have a good one and scrub out. And I just knocked over something, reaching over to mute my microphone. Of course. What? It's Tim's fault. Yeah, it's Tim's fault. He got my blood pressure up and I couldn't help myself. All right. I'm out of here. Scrub out. Have a good one.